Thank you. Have a seat. Hi, good morning, members of the jury. Everyone follow the court's admonition last night? Ready to go? Thank you very much. State ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, may call your next witness.
State will call Dr. Richmond. Please raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this case should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
And can you please state your name?
Certainly, it's Anna Castiglione Richmond.
And can you spell your last name for the record?
Sure, Castiglione is Castiglione, and then Richmond is Richmond.
And where are you employed?
I'm at the Montgomery County Coroner's office.
And in what capacity?
I'm one of the forensic pathologists.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 153 as shown to defense counsel. Look at that, and if you're familiar, look up at me. Or when you're finished, look up at me.
Okay, certainly.
All right, and what is that?
That's my curriculum vitae.
And what is a curriculum vitae?
It's a resume.
And is that a fair and accurate copy of your curriculum vitae?
Yes.
Was that 153?
Yes, Your Honor. Permission to publish to the jury.
Okay.
I'm going to start down here, Dr. Richmond, on your curriculum. I'm just going to say CV. And can you review with the jury beginning in 1991 through 1994 your educational background?
Certainly. At the time, I was living in Italy, so I completed a diploma in accountancy and business. Then I went on to the University of Palermo. At the University of Palermo, and I was majoring in psychology at the time. But then I moved back to the United States, so I changed my career focus, and I went into biochemistry with a minor in psychology at the University of Michigan. I got a bachelor's. Then I went on to medical school at Wayne State University, and that was a 4-year program. Then I specialized in pathology, so I moved to the University of Texas at Houston and did my pathology residency in anatomic and clinical pathology. And then I subspecialized in cytopathology at MD Anderson Cancer Center for 1 year. And then I practiced pathology at a hospital setting, both at the university and a private hospital, for about 8 years until I decided to change a little bit again and do forensics. So I started, I did the program, the forensic fellowship at Montgomery County Coroner's Office, and they hired me on as staff after I completed my training.
And so I think that microphone does move if you want to scoot it closer to you. And you could even make you scoot your chair up there.
Okay.
And so when you were at the Wayne State University, you did graduate with a medical degree.
Correct.
So you are a physician.
Correct.
All right.
Yes.
And then you received additional training in the field of pathology, you indicated?
Yes.
And what is pathology?
So it's a branch of medicine where we evaluate and study disease processes by evaluating tissue specimens or body fluids, or it's the focus in my case now for post-mortem examinations where we determine the cause of death.
And you have been operating the capacity as a pathologist for how long?
Since I started my specialty in 2006, so it's been about 15 years.
And as a forensic pathologist then?
2 years.
And as part of your responsibilities as a forensic pathologist, you conduct post-mortem examinations?
Correct.
And how many post-mortem examinations do you think you've conducted?
Oh, over 500.
And is the common term for post-mortem examination an autopsy?
Correct.
All right. And what was that number again? It already escaped me what you just said.
Certainly, over 500.
All right. And is this something you do every day as part of your job as a deputy coroner at the Montgomery County Coroner's Office?
I do.
And while you've been practicing as a physician, have you received any honors or awards?
Well, when I was in my biochemistry studies, I did. I received numerous awards in my studies. And I have had poster presentations for my research on a national level during my training as a pathologist and post-medical school studies.
And those are noted on your CV as well on page 1 and 2.
Correct, yes.
Your Honor, at this time I would tender the expert as a medical physician in the field of forensic pathologist.
No objection.
Please proceed.
Now, Dr. Richmond, in your field of forensic pathology or pathology in general, what are the qualifications to be a forensic pathologist?
Well, you have to have a medical degree, and then in my case, I have special additional training not only in pathology in general, but in forensics specifically to be able to evaluate post-mortem bodies, because the pathology is different. The tissue looks different under the microscope.
And let's talk about those post-mortem examinations. You indicated you've been a part of over 500?
Correct.
And that's in the last 2 years at the Montgomery County Coroner's Office?
Yes, and also in a hospital setting, because as a pathology resident, we do have to conduct autopsies as well. So I've had experience in a hospital setting. Most of those are natural deaths, but also from a forensic standpoint.
Have you performed any post-mortem examinations on hangings?
Yes.
Have you performed any post-mortem examinations on strangulation?
Yes.
Can you estimate how many post-mortem examinations you've performed on hangings?
Approximately 70.
In those post-mortem examinations, were the hangings a ligature similar to a USB cord?
A few.
And in those hangings, have you observed injuries?
Yes.
Your Honor, is to this line of questioning. I think it's beyond the scope of her report.
It's about her training and experience, which is encompassed
Well, we've
in
got
her
her
report.
qualified as an expert. If that's what you're seeking, I don't know.
We're talking about her experience as a forensic pathologist, Your Honor. That's clearly...
Well, I mean, that's part of her qualification. Go ahead. I mean, if this is background.
I'll re-raise it if I think it's a report issue. We can sidebar.
Okay, sure.
What injuries have you seen in hangings in your experience?
I've seen soft tissue hemorrhage or blood in the neck soft tissue, and occasionally I've seen some fractures.
And where have you seen those fractures?
Some have been with the hyoid bone, which is a bone that sits right here in the upper neck. Others have been in the cervical spine.
Have you ever seen 4 fractures in a hanging?
I have not.
Can you talk now generally about the process of conducting a post-mortem examination at the Montgomery County Coroner's Office?
Certainly. So initially we received the body in a body bag, and once we remove the body from the body bag, we photograph and document how the person looks. What are they wearing? What condition is their body? And I'm documenting that as well. After that, in some cases we do radiographs, x-rays, to see what the bony structure looks like. Once that's complete, we will remove the clothing so we can look at the body more thoroughly and without anything obstructing the body. And we'll do the same thing. We'll repeat the photographs, and I will continue documenting my findings of any injuries or any natural disease processes, or depending on the case. And then from there, that completes then what we call the external exam. Then we move on to an internal exam, and that's when we actually perform an autopsy and examine the organs internally. And similar process, I document what I find, and we photograph any significant findings.
Now, you do that as in Montgomery County, is that correct?
Correct.
And then does the Montgomery County Coroner's Office contract with other counties in the state to conduct post-mortem examinations?
They do, yes.
And one of those counties is Delaware County?
Correct.
And when you are a contracting agency, does your process change?
It does a little bit. We still do a complete autopsy to determine what the cause of death is, but we do not determine the manner. If it was a Montgomery County case, we determine the cause and the manner of death, but not for contracting counties.
And why do you not determine the manner of death?
Well, because the manner involves the investigative findings, and we're not involved with that. The outside counties conduct their own investigation with their own detectives. They have access to information that we normally don't, so we defer to them to determine the manner while we share with them our anatomic findings.
And prior to beginning a postmortem examination in a contract case, do you receive information about how the body was found or remains?
We do. We receive a little paragraph of what sort of the circumstances or how the body was found, but it's quite brief.
Just to give you a general idea.
Correct.
And then as you're conducting a postmortem examination, you indicated that you document it. And by documentation, what do you create?
Well, we take notes and then we generate an autopsy report.
And you also take photographs?
Correct.
And what is the purpose of an autopsy report?
It's to document what we found for medical and legal purposes.
And can you explain what is a cause of death finding?
So a cause of death is the anatomic findings that we found during an autopsy that may explain how the person passed away.
And I believe you answered this, but that is different than manner of death.
Correct.
And now, turning to the reason why you're here, did you have the opportunity to perform a postmortem examination on remains on September 17th of 2020?
I did.
And did you follow the normal procedure, or tell the jury what you did?
Yes. So we did receive remains. At the time, it was a tentative decedent until she was identified. But yeah, we received the remains in a body bag, and we went through the same procedure. We initially examined the body once the body was removed from the body bag, which were the skeletonized and mummified remains of the decedent. And then we were able to document through a report and also through photographs what we found. But because her remains were in a mummified and skeletonized state, we did not do an internal exam, and we ended up referring the body for further evaluation to Ohio State University for anthropologic evaluation.
And who made that decision?
We all did. I, at the time, was a fellow, so I was working under the supervision of Dr. Lehman. So it was our office, Dr. Lehman, our coroner, Dr. Harshbarger, who we all coordinated the care of her remains to Ohio State University for higher level of care pretty much, and for further evaluation.
And now, when a body is received at the Montgomery County Coroner's Office, is it documented?
Yes.
And then the travels of the body, so to speak, would be continued to be documented?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as States Exhibit 155, 152, and 154. If you can, look at each of those, and when you're finished, look up at me.
Okay. Okay.
And let's start with States Exhibit 155. Are you familiar with this?
Yes.
And what is it?
It's one of our intake-outtake type of documents where we document when the body was received and then when the body left our building.
And is this a fair and accurate copy of the documentation created for Ms. Noble's case?
Yes.
And States Exhibit 154, are you familiar with that?
I am, yes.
And what is that?
That's a chain of custody form.
And it's approximately 5 pages?
Correct.
And is this a fair and accurate copy of the chain of custody form for Ms. Noble's?
Yes.
All right. And then finally, States Exhibit 152, are you familiar with that?
Yes.
And what is it?
That's a copy of our autopsy report.
For Ms. Noble?
Correct.
All right, and this is a fair and accurate copy of your report?
Yes.
Your Honor, permission to publish the jury?
No objection, Your Honor, thank you.
I'm placing States Exhibit 155 on the overhead. We'll zoom out for an overhead view. And again, what is this?
That's sort of our intake-outtake form. That's how when Ms. Noble's remains were received and then when they were released from our office.
And if you can, what time were the remains received and date?
So it was September 17th of 2020, and she was received at 2:08 a.m.
I'm just going to put the first page of States Exhibit 154 on the overhead. We'll zoom out. So there's nothing, just so you see, there's nothing below this portion of the page, right? No information?
Correct.
All right. And again, the date and time of that the remains were received.
September 17th of 2020 at 2:08 a.m.
Now, Dr. Richmond, I want to walk through States Exhibit 152 with you, which is your post-mortem examination or autopsy report.
Yes.
All right. And do you have a copy with you, or do you need me to provide you a copy to refer to?
I do have a copy.
All right. And so let's talk. I'm on the back side of page 1.
Okay.
And can you describe how you received the remains?
Yes. She was, as I mentioned earlier, she was received as tentative Jane Doe, and she was received on September 17th of 2020, and they were the skeletal remains.
And what was accompanying the remains?
Her clothing and some personal affects.
Was there anything near her neck?
Yes, there was a ligature that had been cut at the scene.
I'm going to approach the witness and show her what's been marked as State's Exhibit 150A through Y. And so if you can, take a look at all of those, please.
Okay.
Are you familiar with those?
Yes.
And what are they?
Those are the photographs we took during the autopsy, and some x-ray images as well.
And x-ray images as well. And do those fairly and accurately depict the remains as they were presented to you on September 17th of 2020?
Yes.
And would that showing these photographs and displaying them materially assist you in your testimony today reviewing your findings?
Yes.
Your Honor, permission to publish various photographs.
Any objection to publishing the photographs?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Please proceed.
And Dr. Richmond, when the remains arrive at the Montgomery County Coroner's Office, what are they contained in?
They're in a body bag.
And are they fastened, secured in any fashion?
Yes.
And I'm going to place State's Exhibit 150Z on the overhead. Can you explain what this is?
Yes, that's the bag that's around the zipper, and that's placed when the body is collected at the scene. And so we cut that to access the bag.
And this is the tag that was on the bag for Ms. Noble's remains?
Correct, yes.
And once you did that, what happened next?
Well, then we removed the body from the bag and start our external examination. In her case, she also received some x-rays. So that would have been done from the beginning as well.
I'm going to show published State's Exhibit 150. I'm zooming in at the juror's request. And can you explain for the jury what this?
Yes, so here we have the skeletal remains of, at the time, Jane Doe, but of Miss Noble. So the head is on the left. What we're looking at is the bottom part of her head. And this is her hair here. And then her legs are bent, which are on this side here. And the body is mummified and skeletonized.
Does this picture depict clothing still?
It does, yes.
And you collected that clothing?
Yes, we did.
And that included tennis shoes as well?
Correct, yes.
State's Exhibit 150B.
So here's...
Hold on, I'm going to zoom out just a little bit. So
certainly.
there we go. And please tell the jury about this.
So yes, so here we're looking at the left side of Miss Noble. Here is her head, and her feet would be here. So we're looking at her hair and her shoulder here. And here we're starting to see some of the ligature, the USB cord that was received on her neck.
150C.
Yes, so here, we're still viewing the left side of her body, but now we have a view of her legs and her shoes. And here's her head, and here would be her feet. And so we're still viewing, here's a portion of the ligature, and here are her tennis shoes. And this here is her case number that we see. So
Are you marking on the screen? Okay, sorry.
Okay.
Continue.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No.
Yeah, so 4941 is her autopsy number, and then 20 is the year 2020, and MV are the initials of our photographer, Miles Warren.
In States Exhibit 150E,
So this photograph is to show a portion of how the ligature was on the remains of the neck. So here's the ligature here, and it gets lost in her hair. This here is all of her hair, and here's a portion of her. I believe that's her mandible that's been sort of displaced.
and when you were examining the ligature, did you find a knot?
Not in the portion that we received, no.
(150F), publishing it to the jury.
Yeah, here's another image of the ligature. It would be here. Here's a portion of it, and here's another portion. And it's covered in her hair. And here's another view of her mandible at the bottom that's being partially obscured by our ruler and the number.
One 150H, I'm placing 150H on the overhead.
So here's a clear photo of the ligature around the remnants of the neck. And so there's two portions of a USB cord on the neck, which is this structure here. And then here's, this part here is part of her skull.
And does the USB cord end right there?
A portion of it does. We do have a continuation because it was actually in two pieces that I received because it had been cut at the scene.
And this right here, though, is that one of the cut ends? And if you need me to zoom in, I can. Whoops. Move this. There we go.
I believe so, yes.
Oh, stop touching that. All right. But then the other end continues off to the right.
Correct.
Placing States Exhibit 150B again on the overhead. And that part that continued off to the right, is that?
Yes.
Placing States 150I on the overhead.
Yeah, so this is a photograph of the two portions of ligature we received. So I measured it in aggregate. It was about 20 inches. And they are these U-shaped pieces of USB cord with one having the connecting part.
And this part was around her neck,
Yes,
and this is the part continuing down her back.
Correct.
States Exhibit 150X.
Yeah, so here we have her skull with her maxilla, which is here, this portion here, and her nose with the hair attached. There's some mold and growth on the remains.
Where is that?
Oh, it's this white material here.
And while you were conducting your post-mortem examination, did you observe any fractures to the neck area?
Well, the fracture I observed was to the hyoid bone.
Placing States Exhibit 150K. What is that?
That's the hyoid bone.
And on this bone, what fractures did you observe?
We observed that there was a fracture on this side. This is also irregular, but our exam did not identify the other portions, because at that point we deferred the examination to anthropology then.
Then you indicated x-rays were also taken?
Yes,
And is that part of the standard procedure at Montgomery County Coroner's Office?
yes.
Placing States Exhibit 151. And what is that?
So this is an x-ray of her head, of the skull, and here are her shoulders. So it's the upper part of her body, including the skull.
What is this?
That's the USB cord. And
What
we
is
also,
this? Oops,
yeah,
sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was about to say that's a necklace that we found on her person.
Can you circle that, please?
Certainly, here. So that's the necklace, and here's a pendant that was on the necklace.
What is that?
I believe that's still a portion of the USB cord.
States Exhibit 151A.
So this is an x-ray of her torso from mid-chest down, including part of her pelvis and part of her right arm.
What is this?
That's some, probably from a tank top. They're just some clips, probably from her clothing.
States Exhibit 151B. What is this?
So here we're x-raying the bottom portion of her body, including her pelvis and her legs, and this is one of her feet. We do have an e-cigarette being x-rayed here as well. It's this stick-like figure.
And then what is that?
That I'm not sure. It might be just some debris.
Dr. Richmond, I want to now get into showing the physical evidence. You have gloves right there and scissors. If you could please put them on. going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 156. Can you identify that?
Yes, that's a ligature that was in 2 pieces.
And how do you know?
It's indicated as it's labeled on the bag.
And is that one of the labels from the Montgomery County Coroner's Office?
Yes.
You recognize it?
Yes.
If you can, please cut it open. And looking at that, does it appear to be in the same or similar condition as when you first found it on Emily Noble's remains?
Yes.
And if you can, hold up the 2 pieces. And that piece that you're holding up right there, that is the piece you indicated earlier was around her neck from the photographs.
Yes.
And can you hold up the other piece, please?
Yes.
And that was the piece that was dangling down her back.
Yes. This was also around her neck, and then that was dangling on the back.
And so was this around her neck or tucked into the cord around her neck?
Well, they were both tucked into each other. Yes.
Kind of like a shoelace.
Yes.
All right. But this is what was around her neck.
Yes.
Showing it, holding it up for the jury. All right, I'll let you put those back in the bag, please. All right, now I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 157. What is this?
This is her hair tie.
And how could, again, a Montgomery County sticker on there?
Yes, and
You
it's
recognize
labeled.
it?
Yes.
I'm not going to have you open the hair tie up. And then State's Exhibit 157. 158, excuse me, hold on, let me mark that, sorry, thank you.
Yeah, this is, it's labeled as e-cigarette and necklace.
Is that from the Montgomery County Coroner's Office?
Yes, but it doesn't have our standard label on it.
Do you recall retrieving the e-cigarette and necklace from the remains?
Yes.
I'm going to have you change gloves and open that up for me, please.
Okay.
Can you just hold them up to show to the jury? What is that?
Certainly. Here's the e-cigarette, and here's the necklace with the purple pendant that was around her neck.
And those were both visible on the x-ray?
Yes.
All right, I'll have you put those back in there. State's Exhibit 159. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
And what is it?
It's clothing from Miss Noble, Old Navy leggings. It's labeled.
All right, if you could please open that up. And what are those?
The pair of cancer leggings that she was wearing that we collected.
All right. Were you able to put it back in the bag?
I can try. It's not easy.
Can you read that exhibit label and tell me what number I'm on, please?
It says 159.
Okay, that's what I thought. 161.
Okay.
Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's the tank top that we collected.
And can you please open that for the jury?
Yeah, it's in a second bag with our label on it as well.
Just for the record, she's holding up the item, and what is that?
It's a tank top.
And you recognize that from the remains of Emily Noble?
Yes.
That's 161.
The court reporter's nodding her head, so,
yes.
yes. And now I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 160.
Oops.
Try that again.
Okay. Sorry.
Want to throw your dirty ones in there?
Yeah, that'd be great. But thank you. Yeah, so this bag is labeled Old Navy shirt.
And what is that?
A portion of her clothing. She had a shirt on.
Then please open it.
So here we have her shirt.
It's mostly intact.
It is, with some defects in the fabric.
You indicated you also recovered her shoes.
Yes.
All right, and I'll hand you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit JJ. It was opened yesterday, so I'll just ask you to remove the items.
Okay.
see one of your labels there?
I do.
And
Yeah.
what is in that bag then?
It says it's a left shoe with our label on it.
And I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 163.
Okay.
And, can you open that, please?
Yes. Yeah, it's labeled as right tennis shoe. So it's a right tennis shoe.
Did you see your label on that bag from the coroner's office as well?
I do, yes. Our label in it with the writing our shoe.
And that's one of the right shoe of Ms. Noble's.
Yes, correct.
And Dr. Richmond, I should have asked this with each piece, but I forgot. With regards to the shoes, do they appear to be in the same or similar condition as when you removed them from the remains?
Yes,
And with regards to the necklace and the e-cigarette,
yes,
same or similar condition?
yes,
The Old Navy t-shirt, same or similar condition?
yes,
The Old Navy pants or leggings, same or similar condition?
yes,
And the tank top, same or similar condition?
yes.
Now, when you collect evidence like that, is there a document created at the Montgomery County Coroner's Office?
Yes,
And I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 164.
yes. That's the evidence sheet of our documentation of what we collect.
Set the trash can there for you.
Okay, thanks.
And is this a fair and accurate copy of the evidence collection sheet for the items you received from Ms. Noble's remains?
Yes,
Permission to publish on the jury? No objection. We'll just scroll down again. What were the date received?
September 17th of 2020.
And those items were given to whom?
Detective Steve Grubbs.
And again, a listing of those items.
Yes.
Now, you described that in this case, a decision was made to send the remains to OSU.
Yes.
And for what purpose?
Well, because the remains were mummified and skeletonized, they have additional training to evaluate skeletonized remains. And so we decided that they would be the best person to evaluate the Miss Noble's remains.
Do they have other tools at their disposal that you do not at the coroner's office?
Yes. They have more visual tools like special microscopes and such that they use that we don't use. And additional training to evaluate bones.
And do you recall when those remains were sent to OSU?
I believe it was October 2nd, I believe.
Oh, hold on. Is there something that would refresh your recollection?
Yes.
And what is that?
The chain of custody form. Yes. Yes, so they were released on October 2nd to a representative of Ohio State University 12:22 p.m. p.m.
And then after they were released to OSU, did you have any further involvement while you waited for their conclusions?
No, we just awaited their conclusion, and then they took custody of the remains. We never received them after they were sent.
At some point, though, did you receive a report from a Dr. Agnew with the Ohio State University?
Yes.
And after reviewing Dr. Agnew's findings, did you then author the post-mortem examination report for the remains of Emily Noble?
Yes.
And did you include a cause of death?
Yes.
Now, were you able, after reviewing not only your own examination of the remains as well as Dr. Agnew's report, able to give an opinion as to the cause of death for Emily Noble?
Yes.
And that opinion is rendered to a reasonable degree of medical and scientific certainty?
Yes.
And I'll place your report on the overhead. And what was your opinion?
Yeah, our opinion was that the cause of death of Emily Noble was multiple injuries of the head and neck, and then we elaborated that on a comment. Most of our findings, I did see that we noticed a fracture of the hyoid bone, but most of the examination was conducted by the anthropologist, so we reflected what was in the report, where there was injury identified not only to the hyoid bone, but to the ossified thyroid cartilage, the left and right nasal bones, and the left maxilla.
And you indicated you reflected the findings of Dr. Agnew, but
Yes.
you reviewed the findings, correct?
Correct.
In conjunction with your own review of Emily's remains?
Correct.
And formed your opinion therefrom?
Yes.
And this, is your signature contained here?
Yes.
And what was the date of this report?
It was January 22nd of 2021.
And who is this individual?
Dr. Lehman, he was my supervising pathologist, forensic pathologist at the time.
And he also assigned his signature to this report?
Correct.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have nothing further.
One moment, Your Honor, if I could. I am going to ask you, I'll ask you. Good morning. Good morning. Diane Menashe on behalf of Matt Moore.
Hi.
Got some follow-up questions with you.
Okay.
Let's begin with one thing you said. You were asked, do you render those opinions to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty? You would agree with me as a forensic pathologist that there is no absolutes in science.
Yes.
And so we use the term reasonable degree, right, to scientific or medical certainty.
Correct.
And I am assuming and tell me if I'm wrong, but in your expertise, and I know you've just been tendered as a forensic expert, that you would never testify under oath and say anything is an absolute.
Correct.
Would you mind opening the hair tie bag?
Okay.
And tell me if you, I think you have one of those.
157.
Thank you.
And that hair tie was found around which wrist? Does it note?
It does not on the bag.
Do you have independent recollection of that, or would a picture refresh your recollection?
The picture would help.
Let me, one moment, if I look for one. Well, let me ask you this, as you're looking at that photograph, or I'm sorry, at that hair tie. I want to just show you a photograph that's been marked as Defense Exhibit P, and I'm just going to zoom in. I'll zoom in here. I just want to. Is the band that was found in the bag, the hair tie, a single hair tie or a double hair tie, like what's pictured there?
Well, I see a single hair tie here, but I'm not sure if it's looped twice on a wrist.
Yeah. Fair enough. But what's in the bag is a single, right?
Correct, yes.
And if it was looped twice on the wrist, I assume that we would see that in the pictures. Would you agree with me on that?
Yes.
I want to talk now, thank you. I want to talk now about, I want to go through your report. Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 152. The signatures on the report, there's 2 signatures.
Correct.
Yours appears as the first signature.
Yes.
And it's, and as you testified to, it's because at the time you were a fellow, and Dr. Lehman essentially was he doing a peer review of your work? Is that what you would call it?
Well, he was present at the autopsy. He was supervising the entire case with me.
And so his is the second signature on the report.
Correct.
But you were the one that was actually performing the majority of the work in this case.
Yes, in conjunction with Dr. Lehman, he was there the entire time. So it was the 2 of us together.
So I want to go to the remains received. Remains received right here includes the date, and it says skeletal remains. Do you see that under remains received?
Yes.
And then I want to go down to the external examination section. You would agree with me that the remains received, that is the bones, there is not an inventory or itemization of the bones that were received in your report. Is that fair to say?
Correct, yes.
And the only thing that you note in that paragraph as missing is where you say some teeth absent.
Correct.
And you know, despite you being shown this picture, one moment. Showing you what's been marked as a State's Exhibit 150C. The shoes, I'm curious about this. Let me zoom in. When the remains arrived at Montgomery County, were the shoes off the feet?
Yes.
So they had been taken off the feet.
Well, they were in the bag with the remains, but they were not attached to the body.
So, and I want to really be clear about this. So when you zipped the body bag open and removed the remains, that's why I wanted to follow up. It appears that the shoe has been removed from the remains.
Yes.
And that is true of both shoes?
Well, in that, I believe, I can see it on that shoe, but I'm not sure of the other one.
Let's see if there's a different picture you weren't shown. One moment while I look through the other photos that you weren't shown to see if
Okay.
there's a picture of the other shoe. Doesn't appear to be. Well, let me show you 150. 150C has the shoe in it, and 150 appears to have neither shoe in it. Would you agree with me on that? I can approach if you'd like it closer.
Yeah, that would be good if I
Okay,
could see it.
absolutely. May I, Your Honor? Showing what the witness has been marked as State's Exhibit 150, and for orientation, there's 150C.
Yes. Yeah, I don't see a shoe in 150. Yeah.
And this is how you got the remains, like this.
Correct. Now the shoe may have fallen off the body with the bones in it. That's the part I don't remember 100%. But
Sure.
but it was received it was not connected to the body.
And so you don't know how it became unconnected, but it was unconnected in the body bag.
Correct. Yes.
So then, returning back to your report with respect to the external examination, I know that you note that the body at current weight when it came in for autopsy was 18 pounds.
Correct.
Teeth in good repair with some teeth missing. And then here with respect to the clothing, you've got the black shirt, which you held up, and you said that it was still intact. I think that was the word that was asked of you.
Yeah, with some defects. Yes.
And defects in the actual material itself.
Yeah, it looked frayed. Yes.
And then there was the tank top. Fair to say that as you recall collecting that evidence, that as those items were layered, that the shirt was over the tank top.
I believe so.
And was down below as the body, I forget the word now, but condensed or, well, I forget the word. But the shirt had fallen down and was collected from sort of the mid-waist section.
Yes.
And the tank top in the x-ray, you saw that little clasp. Now that you've seen that tank top, does it appear that that was the clasp of the back of the tank top where you would adjust it?
Yes.
And then I know the e-cigarette was shown in the x-ray. The e-cigarette is actually shown in the x-ray because it was in the pocket of the pants.
I believe so.
Was it not? I just want to show you that picture. If you can tell, and I believe you can, showing you what's State's Exhibit 151B. Let me zoom out. This would be the, what body part?
Yeah, that's the femur, the right femur. So it's the right bone here.
And so this would be the left femur.
Correct.
And so it appears that the e-cigarette is in the left pocket of the pants that were being worn at the time.
Yes.
You were asked some questions about the cord and shown a number of pictures. I want to go through some of those. showing you what's been marked as States Exhibit 150I. So, just so I'm clear, you or anyone from your office did not make those cuts.
Correct.
So, if you could hold up that cord again.
Certainly. Oh, no problem.
Thank you. And if I may, and I have a fresh
Sure.
set of gloves on. So this was your testimony that this was what was around the neck.
Yes.
You would agree with me that this is, what do you think that total distance is? And I won't hold you to exact.
Approximately 4 or 5 inches.
And just so I'm clear, you didn't cut this.
Correct.
And it's your understanding that someone at the scene was able to get in close enough to cut that?
Yes.
4 or 5 inches, and you believe that this was around the neck?
Yes.
We don't, there are no pictures of that from the lower portion, right? The pictures that you were shown are from the back of the neck. And let me show you those again. For instance, States Exhibit 150H. Now, help orient me, but I believe this is the neck.
Correct.
Okay. And is this is the back of the neck? And you can also use your screen.
I believe so, yes. Yeah, this is the back of the neck.
Okay, so that picture is looking from like this perspective.
Oh, correct, yes.
And this, showing you what's been marked as 150F, that would help. And I know the placard or the tag is seemingly in the way.
Yes.
But are we, I know, is this the back of the neck again?
Yes.
So I'm curious because this is essentially the jaw.
Yes, the head had turned. Like it was in the main photo, you can see the head is a little bit turned.
So let's go back to that. In the main photo showing you 150 States Exhibit. Is this the photo where we can tell it's turned, or I'm happy?
Yes.
Okay. And tell the jurors how it's been turned.
Well, we're looking at the bottom of the skull here. So the head is sort of turned in this direction, at least in this photo.
And this direction would be
To the left.
to the left.
Yes.
I want to go now. How many photographs were taken in all by the photographer at the coroner's office? Do you know?
I'm not sure of the exact number.
But certainly all of those photographs were turned over to the state of Ohio through the course of your work.
They should have been, yes, with a request.
Sure. Showing you what's been marked as States Exhibit 150K.
Yes.
This is the hyoid bone.
Yes.
Now, I want to talk about a little bit about just anatomy. So obviously you're a forensic pathologist. Hyoid bone is above the thyroid cartilage.
Correct.
Is that right?
Yes.
You took this picture because your testimony is that the only fracture you saw was the hyoid bone.
Yes.
And this exactly why you, I'm assuming, inventoried that and took a standalone picture of that.
Correct.
You would agree with me, and I presume that you had an opportunity to review all of your photos today. There is no standalone or other picture of the thyroid cartilage. Would you agree?
We did not examine the thyroid cartilage. At that point, we decided to have the anthropologist conduct their exam, so we never examined it.
No, just question though, is there isn't an independent photograph of the thyroid cartilage.
Correct.
So the only photograph we have in your collection of photos is of the hyoid bone.
Correct.
Which takes me back to your report. You would, when you would consider the hyoid bone in the neck,
Yes.
you would consider the thyroid cartilage in the neck as well, would you not?
Correct.
So I want to go to your findings and conclusions in this case, which are multiple injuries to the head and neck.
Yes.
So let's separate those. The only fracture that you personally saw was of the neck.
Correct.
If there were also fractures to the thyroid cartilage, that would still be the neck.
Correct.
So your opinion with respect to any injuries to the head is exclusively relying upon Dr. Agnew's findings.
Correct. And of the thyroid cartilage. I did not examine that.
So and let's break those up.
Okay.
You didn't examine the thyroid cartilage.
Correct.
So you're relying on her findings as to the thyroid cartilage as well.
Yes.
And you're aware of the, I know you don't have the technology, but you're aware when you sent the bones off for forensic processing that there is a process
Yes.
which the tissue can be removed from the bone, and then the bones can be more closely looked at once the tissue is removed.
Correct.
And it was your understanding when you had the bones sent to OSU that that was the work that they would engage in.
Yes.
Tell me if I'm wrong, but it's very important to capture bones. Let's just use bones. Bones, when you receive them, just like you did, you really captured a detailed snapshot of the remains as you saw them from all angles. You captured several photographs of the ligature, right?
Yes.
Because you know that this day might come when you come to court and you have to testify. And of course, not only are you giving the jurors a visual of what you saw, but it also helps to refresh your recollection.
Correct.
So in terms of best practices, you want to make sure that you photograph everything, do you not, before you manipulate.
Correct.
So let's just say hypothetically in an autopsy of a human who has recently died, you would first take the photographs of the body without any cuts whatsoever, would you not?
Correct.
You would take it so that the viewer could see the full integrity. And then as cuts were made, right, then the layering of work would be captured on photographs.
Correct.
And that process of capturing that work is important, is it not?
Yes.
So going back to your report, I know that you reviewed Dr. Agnew's report as to the thyroid cartilage fracture.
Yes.
There is not a picture of the thyroid cartilage in your stack.
No, we couldn't see it because there was soft tissue over it, so that we did not examine it.
You did not examine it.
Correct.
And her report was dated January 11th of 2021, and I see that your report is dated 11 days later.
Yes.
Tell me the day you received her report.
I don't recall the exact day, but it must have been during that interval.
So you received her report at some point, and we know that from the date of her report being issued to the date of your report, there's 11 days of time.
Yes.
And you're essentially waiting for that report, are you not?
Correct.
And then, and that is the conclusion as to the multiple injuries of the head, is her finding as to perimortem fractured on the left maxilla.
Correct.
Absent that finding, there's no multiple injuries to the head.
Correct. We relied on Dr. Agnew's report and findings, yes.
I also just want to make sure we know, because it's included in your report on page 2, where you literally copy her report, do you not? Into
Correct.
your report.
Yes.
It's even, there's a quote there. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then at the end, you're end quoting.
Yes.
So you've literally taken this whole thing from her report and put it into your report.
Yes.
Because the only perimortem injury that Dr. Agnew identifies is the left maxilla, correct?
Well, my understanding is she found a perimortem trauma to the nose and the left maxilla.
Tell me which sentence you're reading it.
Let me see.
Sure.
So on the top, my understanding, in quotation, perimortem trauma near the time of death was observed on the following skeletal elements: hyoid, ossified thyroid cartilage, right and left nasal bones, and left maxilla.
One moment, if I could.
Certainly.
Sure. I just need to find her report.
Fresh copy. I'm not sure which number it is, so give me a second.
Certainly.
If I may approach, I want to. Well, I'll just do it on the overhead. Show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 130. And this is important, and thus me asking you about it. That section that you just read
Correct.
is this section right here.
Yes.
Okay. Would it right and left nasal bones and left maxilla? Do you see that?
Yes. Correct.
1 second. I don't have my marked up copy. 1 second. Right and left nasal bones. Is this what you're relying on? And the left maxilla.
Correct.
Do you believe that she's consistent throughout her report as to where she sees perimortem trauma?
Objection calls for speculation as to consistency of Dr.
Yeah,
Agnew.
she could read the report
Sure.
and answer
Tell me if you'd like
the question accordingly.
to read her report. I can certainly approach you with a copy. If I may, Your Honor. States Exhibit
Please.
130. Just to orient you.
Okay.
This is the trauma section. Sorry, didn't mean to.
In my opinion, it seems consistent.
Okay, let me show it to you, if I may approach approach again.
Okay.
And I'm asking you this because you said that there was multiple head and neck injuries. So I just want to make sure, right, and obviously accuracy in your field is important.
Yes.
So you see here that it talks about in this first section the left maxilla.
Yes.
Okay. And then you actually see here that now for the first time the right maxilla is mentioned. Do you see that down there?
Correct.
And with respect to your findings, and I know you copied the portion of her report into your report. The portion you copied, shown on page 3 of your report, this is what you relied upon in your findings as to the multiple head and neck injuries?
Yes.
Absent that, the only fracture that you had seen is this fracture right here.
Yes. But I did not examine the body.
No, I understand.
Yeah.
This is the one fracture that you saw.
Correct.
It's why you sent it out.
Correct.
And you were trusting the work of someone else.
Correct.
And then you literally adopted their work and plopped it into your report.
Correct.
We could go to the shoes. Do you have one of the shoes still out, or are they back in the bag?
Oh, I put them in the bag.
Perfect. Have you ever, because you were asked about your experience in training, have you ever examined a body that's been dragged?
Yes.
Have you ever examined a body with shoes that had been dragged?
Yes.
And did you, as you look at those shoes, and question or ask yourself whether there was any evidence of dragging on those shoes?
No, I did not examine those shoes for that purpose.
If you could pull out one of the shoes, again. When I say dragging, I mean through the course of your experience and work, you're certainly familiar that there are instances where a body is dragged by another person.
Correct. And I'm more trained in examining the injuries secondary to dragging on the person, not so much on their personal items.
Fair enough. But you've seen dragging, certainly abrasions, that kind of thing. If someone was dragged without shoes on, you would expect to see that.
On their skin? Yes.
Yes. And so in this instance, we just have the shoes, and I know you didn't examine them for dragging, but certainly the shoe is knotted up top, and it is what it is it not?
Correct. Yeah, that's beyond my level of expertise.
You were asked questions about, in your experience in the autopsies you performed with respect to hangings. I'm sure that you are, as a forensic pathologist, aware of the American Journal of Forensic Medicine and Pathology.
Yes.
And I'm showing you what's previously been marked as Defendant's Exhibit II. Outside of your own experience with 70 autopsies, and let me approach, Your Honor, if I may. This is the actual marked copy.
Okay.
And are you familiar with that article that's been published in the American Journal of Forensic Medicine and Pathology?
No, I'm not.
And I understand in your own experience, but if you go to page 3 of 6, there is a chart at the top of 3 of 6.
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. She's indicated she's not familiar with this article, so I'd ask that the witness be given the opportunity to thoroughly review the entire article before asking her to testify to one part of it.
I'll give the witness the opportunity if she wishes to do that.
Okay. Well, I've read it quickly once.
Okay, and I won't get in the weeds with you, but it is
Okay.
marked as an exhibit, so the jurors will certainly have an opportunity to see it.
Okay.
I just want to ask you, because you were asked about your experience, but certainly your testimony is it not, that it's not possible, because would you agree with me that this literature actually indicates that in 109 cases, let me go back so I'm 109 cases of suicide or accidental hanging, we have 7 individuals, so 10% where there's the 4 fractures.
Yes, according to the article.
That was published in the American Journal of Forensic Medicine and Pathology.
Yes.
And then we have here this chart. If we add these numbers up together, of course, we get to the 7 of the 109.
Yes.
Just a couple, thank you for taking the time to review that.
Oh, no problem.
Just a couple questions, if I can, about State's Exhibit 154 and the chain of custody. The remains come to the coroner's office, and I think, and tell me if I'm wrong from my memory, they go to they first go to a receiving area or
Correct. Yeah.
and they are held in that receiving area until you or Dr. Lehman or the pathologist on call can actually perform the autopsy.
Yeah, so they're first received in a receiving area where a car enters a garage, and that's how we receive the body. But then the body is transferred to a cooler. So the body is then stored in a cooler until we are ready to perform the autopsy, and then the body is taken to the morgue. So the Trace 7, BB, and MI, those are locations in the cooler where the body was stored at different times during her stay at our morgue.
And so, and you can use your screen if you want to mark, but
Okay.
the car pulls in to the dock,
Yes,
and then the remains are put into a cooler in the receiving area.
correct.
And then the remains are taken from the cooler and put essentially in the examination room on the slab or table.
On a tray, yes.
And then after the examination, the remains are again moved back to a cooler.
Correct.
And they are held in that area in the cooler until and unless the next law enforcement or other agency comes for those remains.
Correct, or funeral home, yes.
So arrival to the cooler, to the exam room, and then back to the cooler.
Correct.
I want to ask you about your reliance on photographs. You testified just as an example that the placard that's seen, showing you what's been marked as 150A, just as an example. This is the case number that's been assigned,
Correct.
and this is actually the initials of the photographer in the room.
Yes.
You would agree with me that taking photographs, right, is obviously important. We've walked through that.
Yes.
And when you received Dr. Agnew's report, there was a number of photographs attached to her report.
Correct.
And you reviewed those photographs?
I did, yes.
And I'm assuming that you looked closely at them.
I did.
And those photographs alone were sufficient for you to incorporate her findings and conclusions into your report.
Correct.
At no point in time after the bones were processed or at OSU did you personally go back and look at the bones to see if you saw the same or similar fractures?
Correct, I did not.
One moment, Your Honor. Just ask about granting a possible question.
Okay.
With respect to toxicology, was there a toxicology exam done in this case?
No, we were unable to do the toxicology on the remains.
And a toxicology report, had there been a specimen that could have been taken, what types of things could a toxicology report show?
Or various pharmaceutical medications, drugs of abuse, and then we can also look at the fluid of the eye for chemistries, and that would all be documented if toxicology could have been done.
And in addition to drugs of abuse, toxicology could also test or determine whether there's like nicotine or alcohol.
Alcohol, yes, we don't look for nicotine, but certain labs do.
Yeah.
Yeah, they actually look for cotinine.
That's
Yes.
right. That's right.
Yeah.
Read right, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Richmond, defense counsel was talking to you about observing the fracture on the hyoid bone.
Yes.
And you indicated you did not observe the thyroid cartilage because you did not examine it.
Correct.
And so can you explain that to the jury?
Certainly. Although Miss Noble's remains were skeletonized, she did have some soft tissue, so not all the bones were visible to me in their entirety. And because we decided early on that she would be best examined by the anthropologist, we did not do any dissection or examine any other structures except for what was visibly accessible to us without any form of manipulation. So I did not examine her neck structures beyond the hyoid bone, which was evident.
And so it's not that you didn't see the fracture, it's that you didn't examine it
Correct.
to protect the integrity of her bones.
Correct.
Now going back to the hyoid fracture that you observed,
Yes.
can facial fractures injure the hyoid bone?
Not per se. The face is distant from the hyoid.
And so the facial fractures that you relied upon in your report have nothing to do with you relying upon the hyoid fracture, the neck fractures that you observed yourself.
Yeah, there's separate locations.
Nose fractures, like you noted in your report, cause death?
Not per se, but it's just we were just documenting the injuries. That Dr. Agnew in particular identified in that case on the face, because she was the one who examined the skeletal, the face per se.
And then the injuries to the neck of the hyoid and thyroid cartilage would be life-threatening
It possibly could.
and lead to death.
It could possibly, yes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Jury's going to ask questions, so I'm
Okay.
going to ask if they have any questions, and we'll address those. By the way, Dr. Hickman, I'm Judge Will. Would you give my regards to Lee?
Will do, thank you. Oh, fantastic. Also, will do. Yeah, I love working.
a few questions for you.
Okay.
From your training experience knowledge, do you know how long it takes for a body to be mummified or become skeletal?
Yeah. That varies. There's multiple factors. There's the environment, the age, the condition of the body prior to passing. Like somebody who has a fever may decompose and mummify faster. So there's too many variables to determine an exact time. One would say just in generalities, it would be months.
When you originally received the remains and made your first external examination, were the feet intact to the body?
I do recall the feet were per se intact. The bones were present, most of the bones. Some of them, but they for the most part were intact.
And what if any part of the feet were missing that you observed?
I didn't examine the feet to that extent. At that point, we deferred to the anthropologist to do an inventory of the bones. So I'm not 100% certain if there were bones missing. I did collect some bones for DNA. So before we sent the body, I collected some molars and some the small bones of the feet for DNA. And then we sent that off to BCI, or it was sent off at some point for BCI, because she came to us unidentified.
Obviously, you testified to examining the remains on a certain day.
Yes.
Did you do any further examinations of the remains prior to releasing the remains to OSU on October 2nd?
No, except for going back and collecting some of the bony structures of the feet and the molars, which was done at the end of the autopsy. We did not examine the body at all afterwards. We just sent it directly to OSU after it was coordinated.
In cases of your examinations of bodies and conditions like were present in this particular case, is it standard or normal procedure to do the post in one day?
Yes, it depends on the case. Sometimes I do have to go back and examine some other things, depending on if I get additional information or if there's something I want to look at a little closely. So it varies. It's hard to say. Each case is a little different. They vary from one to another.
From your observation and examination, did you note whether or not the USB cord was across the front of the neck once or twice?
Well, the cords were somewhat intertwined, and I could see it at least once. The head was tilted, but we saw it once, and the cords were, as I say, a little twisted.
Did you submit a report with your own findings that did not include everything Dr. Agnew stated in her report later?
No, the only report I have is the one that was presented as evidence, and we relied heavily on Dr. Agnew's expertise and exam in this case. Except for some findings that we had, we deferred to her to do the examination pretty much.
And the events that occurred regarding Dr. Agnew in your report, is this standard practice with all autopsies?
It varies from case to case, but in circumstances and in the condition of the body in this situation, it typically is that we have somebody with a higher level of expertise help us.
Was either foot attached to the body, or did they come off in her shoes?
They were off in her shoes. She was very fragile, but I recall the shoes and the feet were separate from the body.
There's evidence in this case there was a water bottle next to where she was found at the scene. No toxicology report could be done for obvious reasons, as you testified.
Yes.
But could it have been done on the liquid still in the water bottle that was found on the scene with Emily?
Well, I did not receive the water bottle. It's not part of my inventory, so I'm not sure. Also, toxicology is usually done on body fluids like blood, urine, the fluid in the eye. So I'm not, the water could be evaluated for other reasons, but we were not involved and we didn't even receive it.
Were you ever aware there was a water bottle found at the location?
I saw it at the scene photo, but but that was after the autopsy.
But it was never provided to you?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Questions from the seat?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you. You're
Okay.
excused.
Okay, thank you very much.
Take a break.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our mid-morning break. Please recall the court's admonition. We'll be back in 10. Thanks. Have a seat. You may call your next witness.
We're missing the other half of the aisle, Your Honor.
I think you're ready to go.
All right. Thank you, Judge. Apologies. Your Honor, the state will call Dr. Mark Hickman. Raise your right hand, please.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this case should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please state your name?
It's Mark Hickman.
And can you spell your last name?
It's Hickman.
And how are you employed?
I'm currently a family doctor in the Delaware County Coroner.
And as a family doctor, did you receive education and training to perform that role?
I did.
And can you summarize that for the jury?
I went to Miami University for undergrad, Ohio State University for medical school, and did my family practice residency at Grant Medical Center in Columbus.
And did you graduate with a medical degree then?
I did.
In what year?
1998. Completed my residency in 2001, and then I'm board certified in family medicine.
And when were you board certified in family medicine?
That was 2001 as well.
And are you continue your board certifications in that specialty of medicine?
Yes.
So you are a doctor.
Correct.
And you indicated you practice in Delaware County?
I do. I have a private practice here in Delaware.
And for how long have you had that practice?
Since 2001.
And you still have that practice today?
I do.
And then your other form of employment is what?
The Delaware County Coroner.
And how do you get to be the Delaware County Coroner?
You have to be a medical doctor, and then it's an elected position.
It is an elected position.
Correct.
And what year did you first become the Delaware County Coroner?
2005.
And as the Delaware County, you continued since then, excuse me.
Correct.
And as the Delaware County Coroner, do you perform post-mortem examinations or autopsies?
I do not.
And why is that?
That is done by a board certified forensic pathologist, so there are like 4 autopsy centers in Ohio. We currently use the Montgomery County Coroner.
But you obviously review the findings in your role as a coroner.
That is correct.
And have you received any other certifications or specialties regarding your experience as a doctor?
From a coroner standpoint, I'm certified by the American Board of Medical Death Investigators.
And what does that entail?
It requires over 600 hours of scene-related and death-related investigation.
And is that continuing? Do you have continuing education requirements?
We do.
And what are those?
You have to maintain so many hours. I think every 5 years to get recertified.
And that includes reattending training?
That's based on hours. We also do annual coroners conference, which are educational conferences annually.
And have you attended those since you've been the Delaware County Coroner?
I have.
And are you up to date on your certification or required experience, for the, and can you please say it again, National Medical Investigator?
So it's the American Board of Medical Death Investigators.
Thank you. Are you up to date on that training and certification?
I am.
All right. Your Honor, at this time I would tender Dr. Hickman as expert as a medical physician.
As a medical physician, no objection.
Okay.
Now, I want to talk to you a little bit about your role as the Delaware County Coroner. You indicated the only requirement to serve is that you be a medical physician or a medical doctor.
That's correct.
And you have that qualification.
Yes.
And you do not perform autopsies because you're not a forensic pathologist.
Correct.
And has that been that way ever since you became the Delaware County Coroner in 2005?
It has.
If you know, has any Delaware County Coroner performed autopsies?
Not to my knowledge.
And so when did the Delaware County Coroner's Office or you start asking other agencies to perform the autopsies for Delaware County?
Not in the modern era has it been a local family doctor that's done autopsies. So when I started in 2005, I know my predecessor, they used Franklin County. We've used Franklin County in the past. Again, currently we use Montgomery County, but it's probably been a long time since we have not used an outside autopsy facility.
And how long has the Delaware County Coroner's Office used the Montgomery County Coroner's Office to perform autopsies?
I believe it's been the last 7 years, approximately.
Now, who determines if a post-mortem examination on a body in Delaware County will be done?
Do you mean an autopsy?
Yes.
Yes, I do.
You do.
Correct.
And when there is a dead body in Delaware County, does your office respond to the scene?
Yes.
Do you personally?
Not always. We have a team, so we have investigators. Sometimes it depends on who's on call. Sometimes it's me. A lot of times it's an investigator. Someone from our office will go to the scene.
And there are deputy coroners with Delaware County as well.
Correct.
And they have to be medical physicians as well.
Deputy coroners have to be medical physicians as well.
But you're the head coroner, so to speak.
Yes.
All right. Now, when there's a dead body in Delaware County, and you make the decision on whether or not to send it to Montgomery County Coroner's Office.
Yes.
All right. What influence or impacts your decision to do that?
Obviously, whenever in a case that we accept jurisdiction to, obviously there are people who die at home that have a physician, so those cases don't come to the coroner. They report all deaths. However, in cases that we accept, we will go to the scene and do an investigation, which means that we'll talk to family, look for medications, we do an examination of the body, and then based on that information, if we have an obvious cause of death, then there are instances where we don't do an autopsy. I think typically about 50% of the cases that we take jurisdiction on end up going for autopsy. The autopsy obviously is an internal examination. They do toxicology, slides, so it's a much more complete exam. So if we feel like that is necessary to determine the cause of death, then we will order an autopsy.
And when you are requesting an autopsy, how does that process occur?
So we contact, in this case, Montgomery County. We'll place a phone call, and then we have a form where we'll fill in information about the decedent, any information from the scene that we feel is pertinent, and then it's an autopsy request form, and then we have to verbally call and report the case as well.
And all of that takes place over a short period of time?
Yes.
All right. And then once that decision is made, the body's transported to the Montgomery County Coroner's Office?
Correct.
Do you transport it?
No, we use a transport service.
Now, as the Delaware County Coroner, what are your responsibilities as the coroner?
Primarily, it's to determine the cause and manner of death and complete the death certificate, as well as to work with the family.
And in doing so, you rely on the opinions of others?
Correct.
Because you are not a forensic pathologist?
Correct. Yeah. In cases where we require an autopsy, then we use the autopsy as a guide as well.
But if you did not order an autopsy, is it your responsibility to give a cause or manner of death?
Yes.
And you can do that based on your training and experience?
Correct.
When we use the words cause of death, what does that mean in coroner's world?
It's the ultimate, what initiated the death from a physiologic standpoint, so what happened to the body that caused the death.
And what do you rely upon in rendering a cause of death?
So again, we'll go to the scene and examine the body and do an external examination. There are cases where we don't do autopsies, where we draw blood and do toxicology. We obtain medical records if they're available. We'll talk to family. In some cases, there were people actually in the home when the person dies, so we gather all that information, and sometimes that's enough to render a cause of death.
And if an autopsy is performed, does that come into play in your decision regarding a cause of death?
Yes.
Or in formulating your opinion?
Yes.
And when we use the word manner of death, what does that mean?
So the manner is whether it's natural, whether it's accidental, whether it's a suicide or a homicide. So it's really the classification.
And what do you consider in forming that opinion?
Typically, once you have the cause of death and the circumstances surrounding the cause of death, then you can classify it as to which manner it was.
And what are the circumstances that you consider?
I mean, again, it's really the whole picture. It's the person's past medical history, the events occurred around the time of the death, the body itself, if we do an autopsy, the autopsy findings, toxicology.
And I just want to be clear, so when you rely on the autopsy reports and the opinions of others, do you set aside Dr. Mark Hickman's experience as a physician?
No, I mean, really all those things, I mean, we take and process all of them and use them as the whole, really.
And so you rely on your own training and experience as a medical physician since 2001?
Yes.
Now, you indicated you have a family practice. How many patients do you usually see?
Typically about 25 a day. So our patient panel is probably about 2,500 to 3,000 patients.
A day?
No, that's the whole group. I mean, my practice has about 2,500 to 3,000 patients. So we see about 20 to 25 a day.
All right, sorry,
It's
I
okay.
misunderstood. And you've been doing that and seeing that number of patients since 2001.
Yes.
Now I want to turn your attention now to a body that was located on September 16th of 2020, and you're familiar with that.
Yes.
And who went to the scene that evening when the body was reported to your office?
It was Charles Carlson, who's our lead investigator.
Did you go to the scene?
I did not.
And from your understanding, after the scene was processed, what happened to the body or the remains that were found there?
They were transported to Montgomery County.
And for what purpose?
For an autopsy.
And at some point, is your understanding that those remains were transferred to the Ohio State University to a forensic anthropologist?
Yes.
And were you part of that decision?
Yes. I mean, Dr. Harshberger, who's the Montgomery County coroner, based on the condition of the body, felt that a forensic pathologist would be helpful and had a relationship with Ohio State. And so he asked us whether it would be okay to use them, and I was fine with that.
And while the remains were at Ohio State University, did you have contact with the Dr. Agnew or Amanda Hardin while they were there?
We did.
And what kind of contact?
We actually visited the facility as they were in the process of evaluating the skeletal remains, and spent, I think we were about 2 hours one day there.
Do you remember when that was?
I believe it was early December of 2020.
And did you get to see any of the remains yourself?
I did.
And did you observe anything about the remains while you were there?
At the time, they had found fractures in the hyoid bone of the neck and evidence of fractures in the thyroid cartilage, which is in the same area. Those were the two main things, I believe.
And so when you learned in December of 2020 about the hyoid fractures, at that time, did you observe where they were?
I mean, they had the bones displayed, and you could see where the fracture sites were.
And how many fractures to the hyoid bone were there?
I believe there was one on each side.
Would you call that bilateral?
Yes.
And then in December, did you get to observe the thyroid cartilage as well?
I don't remember. I know the hyoid bone was the main focus at that time.
And then after that time in December, did you have any more conversations with the forensic anthropologists until their report came out?
I don't believe so.
And then did you receive a copy of their report at some point?
Yes, I believe that was in January of 2021.
And upon your review of their report, did you learn of the additional fractures?
Yes.
And where were those reported?
So I believe those are the superior thyroid cartilage, as well as the hyoid bone was reported as well.
And what were the fractures reported, or the number of fractures reported to the thyroid cartilage?
There were two, one on each side.
And so a total of 4 fractures.
Sustained.
What was the total number of fractures?
4.
After OSU authored the report and you reviewed it, did Montgomery County Coroner's Office issue an autopsy report?
They did.
And did you review that?
I did.
And after reviewing that, did you form an opinion as to the cause and manner of death of Emily Noble?
So by that point, we had reviewed medical records and had the forensic pathology report, and now the Montgomery coroner's report. Obviously, we reviewed the scene photos. So at that time, in my recollection, I felt like, based on the trauma and the circumstances as to how we found the body, that it was highly unlikely that it was suicide, and in my mind at that point, it became a homicide.
And that was after considering, again, like you said, the whole picture.
Correct.
And then after that, though, was an expert consulted?
Yes.
And who was that?
It was a Dr. Smock.
And what did you understand him to be an expert in?
I believe strangulation.
And had you worked with him before?
We had one other case, yes.
And was that also a strangulation case?
It was.
And while the expert was being consulted, did you have any conversations with Dr. Smock?
I did not.
And at some point, though, he authored a report.
Yes.
And did you review it?
I did. I believe that was in May.
Now, going back to January and indicating that you believed it to be a homicide, what was it about the observations, either from the scene or the injuries, that led to that conclusion?
Your Honor, he's testified he wasn't at the scene.
But he's testified he's reviewed the scene materials. I can rephrase it.
Rephrase.
Based on your review of the scene materials, I think you also indicated medical records.
Correct.
Your scene materials include photographs,
Yes.
any information obtained from witnesses,
Yes.
medical records,
Yes.
and the post-mortem examination of Montgomery County Coroner's Office,
Yes.
and the report of Dr. Agnew.
Yes.
What from that whole picture led you to that conclusion?
So again, I mean, and I don't know what you've seen. I mean, but
I think this witness doesn't have the qualifications to answer that. He's been tendered as a medical or expert in the medical field. I think his death certificate speaks for itself. I don't think he has the qualifications to further opine.
Well, he's legally responsible under Ohio law to determine whether it was natural, accidental suicide, or homicide.
Well, and I think he testified as to what he's relied upon,
But
and
he-
that's why he said what he said. Or maybe it's an asked and answer, but I guess.
Well, I appreciate that, but and he probably has asked and answered that, but I'll let him respond to the question.
so again, I mean, if you've seen the scene
You can
photos,
cross. Go ahead. I'm
it's
sorry.
okay. Thank you. If you've seen the scene photos, and she's kneeling down. There's a thin cord around her neck, and it's tied to a small tree branch. So once we have bilateral fractures to two areas of the neck, I believe that is not consistent with leaning forward on a cord in the position of the body. So at that point, my belief again was that there had to be significant force placed to cause those fractures in the areas that they were in that were not consistent with how the body was found. And so since it wasn't suicide at that point and it wasn't clear it wasn't accidental, I believe again that the amount of trauma that would have to happen to cause the fractures and death would have to be inflicted, therefore it's a homicide.
Now, you indicated that as part of your responsibilities, you have to issue a death certificate.
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 165. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
And what is that?
It is the death certificate for Emily Noble.
And is that, well, it's a certified copy, so it doesn't matter. Is that, though, to the best of your recollection, the death certificate that you filled out for Emily Noble?
It is.
All right. Permission to publish to the jury. One moment. May I borrow your white out? Because I'm sorry. Thank you. Over here. Thank you. All right, again, the name at the top of the death certificate.
Emily Ann Noble.
And you indicated the date of death. What is that?
So typically, we will list that as the date that the body was found, given that we didn't know the actual date of the death.
Sorry, you put other.
Correct.
What is this?
It was the date that the death certificate was filed.
What is this?
Again, it was the date that the body was found and therefore pronounced.
So it was a year to the day that you issued the death certificate from when her remains were found.
Correct.
Did you do that on purpose?
No.
And what took so long to get the death certificate issued on September 16th of 2021?
So once the reports were in January, and then the final report was Dr. Smock's in May, at that point, in my mind, knew I was going to fill this out. The problem was, and this is a technicality, but basically because she was at Ohio State, for us to file the death certificate, it actually has to be initiated by a funeral home. And so, again, because she was at Ohio State, there wasn't a funeral home involved, and what it boiled down to is we couldn't find anybody at Ohio State that would initiate the death certificate. So it took from end of May, early June to September to actually get the okay for our office to initiate the death certificate, which we've never done before. So it was really more of a procedural problem.
So when you say you've never done before, meaning you've just never had that paperwork nightmare before?
Well, in the past, I mean, we've always had a death certificate initiated by a funeral home, and in this case, there was no funeral home, so we had to work through the channels at Ohio State, and we just couldn't find anybody who would do that. So finally, long story short, they said, well, in this case, the coroner's office can actually initiate the death certificate. And once we knew that, then we filed it.
Let's review the findings. What is this?
It's the manner of death, listed as homicide.
And that's the one you indicated where you have 4 to 5 options?
Correct.
Whoops, that's terrible. What is that?
That's the cause of death, listed as multiple injuries of the head and neck.
And this, box B.
Again, it says manual strangulation, which is, again, the manner or the cause of death due to. So it's multiple injuries of the head and neck due to manual strangulation, and that comprises the cause of death.
Thank you, Your Honor. Nothing further.
Morning. Diane Menashe on behalf of Matt Moore. We had an opportunity to meet outside just briefly at the break.
Yes.
I want to go through the things that you did in this case and mark a few exhibits. You said several times during your testimony that as part of the investigation of your office is that you obtain medical records.
Correct.
And fair to say that your investigator, Charlie Carlson, helps with that process of issuing subpoenas and getting records.
Yes.
And through that process, you obtained Emily Noble's Ohio Health medical records, did you not?
Yes.
As a family doctor, tell the jury what osteopenia is.
So osteopenia is a term for thinning of the bones. So if anyone's ever had a bone density study, there are several of those. There's normal, which is basically compared to a 16-year-old female, what normal bone density is, and then after 16, most women actually will lose some bone density over time. Osteopenia is the first level of not normal, and then there's osteoporosis, and it's based on standard deviations from the norm. So osteopenia is kind of that between normal and osteoporosis.
And it's a condition with respect to bone density or bone strength, is it not?
Correct.
And you talked to the jury in your direct examination about how you review the medical records that were obtained in this case.
Correct.
And so I'm showing you what I've marked as Defendant's Exhibit LL from her Ohio Health records. And let me make sure, on top here, just so you can identify it. There's an affidavit on top here. Through the course of your work, are you familiar with this process of when you subpoena records, the medical entity will send the records with an affidavit attached, such as this?
Yes.
And we have the affidavit as page 1, and it's notarized on the bottom here. Do you see that?
Yes.
I want to draw your attention to it's technically page 68 of 71 in the records, but it's marked as page 1 here. Let me zoom in. Would you agree that this record is from 2008, November of 2008?
Yes.
And so if it's 2022, this, let me measure from 2020. 2008 would have been 12 years before 2020.
Correct.
So if a woman was 52 in 2020, she would have been 40 when she presented to the doctor's office in 08.
Correct.
I want to scoot it up here. In 2008, Emily Noble's medical records indicate, do they not, that she's there for a follow-up bone density test, and that she was found to have moderated osteopenia. You see that?
Yes.
She's taking calcium and vitamin D, and then her risk factors are her small frame. And what are those 3 letters for?
I'm sorry, which 3?
I believe it's family medical history, but I was deferring to you.
Sure, I think that sounds reasonable.
And it indicates that she's a smoker.
Correct.
Those are increased risk factors for the bone issues that she's diagnosed with.
Correct.
There. And you're aware, I presume, that the bone density test in 2008 followed, and you're aware from the medical records that you reviewed in this case, followed from a break of her ankle, which required surgery.
Correct. I believe that was in 2007.
Yes, and then after that break in her ankle in 2007, she had another break in her elbow. Do you remember that from the medical records?
I believe she had a rib fracture. I don't remember the elbow.
She had a rib fracture.
Correct.
And in the surgery for the ankle, if you recall, she had pins. Actually, she had to have some hardware put in there.
Yes.
And then also, as a result of your work in this case, and I'll just show you, you obtained, was it your office that obtained the mental health records, or was it Westerville Police Department?
I believe we obtained those.
Okay. And just showing you what's been marked, if I can, I'll just have you identify those as well. Defendant's Exhibit S. There's an affidavit on the top. Sorry to crowd the box.
Oh, it's okay.
Do you recognize that back cover sheet and
Yeah, from Serenity.
Serenity
Yes.
Health?
Mm-hmm.
And I asked you these questions because you talked about the work that you did and how you came to the conclusions that you did. You know, do you not, that Emily Noble was going to counseling as of August of 2019?
Yes.
And that her presenting problem was that she had recently suffered a tragic loss and was traumatized by the death or loss. The presenting problem went on to say...
Objection from reading from the records, Your Honor.
Sure, let me show the
Not
records.
these records.
Sure. Well, you reviewed them in the course of your findings and conclusions.
I did.
So I just want to go over that. This paragraph...
Objection, may we have a sidebar, please, regarding these records, Your Honor?
Okay.
But wait a second.
Let's go back to where we were. Her counselor, based on your review of the records, and tell me if you recall, her therapist, her clinician was Angel Kessler.
Correct.
And this is the first record as 2 of 43. Do you see that up top?
Yes.
And presenting problem is it not, that the client reported she'd recently suffered a tragic loss and is traumatized by the death loss. The presenting problem goes on to say she reported she has difficulty focusing, making decisions, feels sad, empty, guilt, has sleep disturbance, early waking, trouble falling asleep without medication, strange lucid dreams, easily startled, intrusive memories, loss of interest in activities, loss of energy, and is paranoid about her husband's well-being. Do you see that?
Do.
And then the counseling records go on. She goes to counseling a number of times between August and then let me get to this. She stops counseling altogether, does she not, at the end of 2019?
I believe January of 2020 was her last visit. Is that right?
And we were discussing this earlier, we being counsel. The last record in the group of papers indicates January 8th, 2020, and it says patient discontinued services. Is that right?
It does.
I just want to make clear, though, for the jury when they have it, that it appears the presenting problem, right, is the same presenting problem. On August 16th of 2019 and on January 8th of 2020. Do you see that?
I do.
Happy to approach if you ever want me to. And those records were 43-page facts.
Yeah, I reviewed all those visits, yes.
You what?
I said I've read all those visits, yes.
Okay. And then I just want to make sure then that you also read the counseling notes from August 16th, where she stated she was depressed in 2021 and had counseling and didn't find it helpful. She attended grief counseling after her first husband died in 2011. And then the trauma history. Client's son died by suicide in July of 2019 and still in shock, starting to experience depression. And you remember reviewing that in the work that you did in this case?
I do, yes, and I think there were also her family doctor had records that kind of alluded to that and talked about treatment as well.
And those were in her medical records. I think of Dr. Renna. Does that sound right?
I believe so.
Renna Henriquez. Just so we're clear on the timeline, and also, let me back up. You did not issue a report in this case?
I'm sorry, what kind of report?
Any report, other than the death certificate?
Correct. I mean, we have an internal coroner's report, but our official report is the death certificate.
And you review the internal coroner's report, do you not?
Yes.
And in this case, the internal report is 4 pages long. Let me know if I need to approach, if I may.
You can. Okay. Yes.
And that appears to be the internal report.
Correct.
And it's sort of, I think on direct, you were asked about, you're sort of the head guy in the office.
I guess.
You review the work that's done by others, and certainly you review the internal report. And if there's any inaccuracies or addendums, you would certainly make sure that those were made.
Yes.
So I just want to go through the timeline here. The remains were found on September 16th of 2020.
Correct.
You were not at the scene.
Yeah, I was actually out of town that week, so I was not physically in Columbus.
So the whole week you were gone. Charlie was there though.
Correct.
And Charlie is not a doctor.
Correct.
He used to be I think he used to be a cop or a detective.
Mhm.
And he's worked for your office now I think 2 years, since 19 maybe?
I think it's more like 3, but yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
September 16th, remains are found. Remains are, they're taken to the Montgomery County Coroner's Office, who does an initial intake, takes some photographs, and then on October 2nd, the remains are taken to Ohio State University.
That
Right.
sounds correct. Mhm.
And then you testified that sometime in December, you went to Ohio State to look at and you met with Dr. Agnew and Dr. Harding. Do you remember that exact date?
I believe I have it written down if I'm able to look at.
Absolutely.
I believe it's early December, like I said.
Yep.
Was it on here?
Well, you tell me. It's, I have a sticky note copy.
Yeah, if you don't mind me looking here, I have it written down on it.
Sure.
Thank you. I believe it was December 2nd, is what my note says.
Okay. And because I don't see a date in the report.
Yeah,
Maybe I'm missing it.
No, I know that it's in here.
Okay.
Hmm.
Well, that was a significant event, going to Ohio State to meet with the anthropologist, I presume?
Let me look at this. I don't know that it's not in here that we went, but. Yeah, it's not in our timeline. I mean, really, we had never been to the lab, and part of it was to go down and see the lab, and then at the same time, they were in the process of processing the body. There was no official report done yet. So it was kind of a tour and a preliminary look at what they were doing with Miss Noble's body. So, but you are correct, it's not in here.
It was a tour and a look at what they were doing with her body. And I noticed on direct, I wrote down that you said the hyoid was the main focus at the time. Do you remember that testimony on direct? And when you were asked about which fractures you saw, you indicated the hyoid bone, that you saw the fractures in that.
Yes.
And you were asked about the thyroid cartilage, and that's when you said, and I quote, the hyoid was the main focus at the time. Do you remember that testimony?
I do, and I don't remember whether at the time they pointed out the thyroid. I don't know if they hadn't been there yet, but at the time, that was the first time that the hyoid bone was clearly broken in 2 places. That's what I remember of the visit.
And I'm just going to go from December 2nd because that's your testimony today. So that was on December 2nd.
Mhm.
You would agree with me that at no point when you were asked on direct about what fractures you saw or didn't see, you didn't mention the left maxilla in your testimony on direct, correct?
Again, the whole body wasn't processed, and I don't recall that one either.
And so that is in December, your memory is early December, and then about 30 days later, specifically on January 11, 2021, Dr. Agnew issues her report. Do you remember that date?
That's the date on our report, yes.
Yes,
Mhm.
it is. And then after that, 11 days later, the Montgomery County Coroner's Office issues their report incorporating Dr. Agnew's report. Is
That's
that fair
correct.
to say?
Yes.
And the January 22nd report from the Montgomery County Coroner's Office indicates head and neck injuries as the, let me get the report. The coroner's. One moment. Thank you. Showing you what's been marked, the state's exhibit 152. They list in their report as the cause of death multiple injuries to head and neck. And then in the comments, they're quoting and relying upon Dr. Agnew's report. You would agree with me?
Yes.
And in fact, again, on page 3 of their report, the entire page is just a cut and paste from Dr. Agnew's report.
Correct.
And then, on March 9th of 2021, I'm sure that you're aware that your investigator, Charlie Carlson, attended a Zoom call with Dr. Smock.
Yes.
And,
I was not present on that call.
okay, but
Yeah.
and then I know you testified to that you're kind of that
Sure.
that you're at the top, and the work that others do below you, they certainly report up, right? And you're obviously in your capacity as an elected official that you're keeping apprised of events that are happening in the investigation in real time, right? So Charlie meets with Dr. Smock in March of 2021, and then Dr. Smock issues his report on May 27th of 2021. Does that date sound right to you?
Yes.
And that's the first time in that report, Dr. Smock's report, that we ever see the words manual strangulation with respect to this case.
On an official document?
Yes. Well, if we want to call his report an official document, but on any expert report, it's the first time you see the words manual and strangulation. That comes from Dr. Smock.
Yeah, it's not on Amanda's report, and it's not on the coroner's report, if that's,
Oh.
yes.
That's in May 27th of 2021. And then, on September 16th of 2021, so May, June, July, August, you issue the death certificate.
That's when we officially issued a death certificate, correct?
What's the date on the death certificate?
Well, as I explained, it took almost 3 months to get to the point where we could issue the official death certificate. So if that had been in a funeral home, the date on it would probably be closer to June 1st. But you are correct, that's the date on the death certificate.
And I was just going to ask you, but I think you just answered it. It would have been closer to June 1st, which is still after Dr. Smock's opinion and report is delivered to the state of Ohio.
Yes, I mean, that was part of our evidence.
I want to mark an exhibit, off topic, but it's what you and I talked about outside.
Sure.
Show Defendant's Exhibit KK. I just want to show it again so you recognize that as well, what we talked about in the hall. I'll show it up on the screen then.
That's okay.
Your Honor, there's no objection from the state regarding this document.
Thank you. Defendant's Exhibit KK. It's a document, and I gave you the opportunity with the prosecutor there to review this prior to your testimony. This is a controlled substance examination. Would you agree with me on that?
Yes.
And it indicates on the report that one sealed plastic tube containing a peach liquid was submitted for testing.
Correct.
And then if we go to page, it's actually one of two, but it's technically the third page. That peach liquid, the results are what?
It says the specimen contains 6.3% alcohol by volume.
The specimen contains 6.3% alcohol by volume.
Correct.
And then I want to just make sure if it says here as to just up here again to orient you. Sorry to go back to this, but I just want to be clear about this. It's received sealed specimen bottle containing liquid. Do you see that?
Yes.
Nothing further. Thank you.
One moment, please.
Oh, I'll keep this.
was asking you about moderated osteopenia. Is that a natural process in women?
Over time, yes.
Anything abnormal about that from your review of Emily's medical records?
No, the other thing, I believe that she was actually on medication for a while, which tends to slow the process down. And she was on Boniva, which is a bone medication, from a review of the records.
And so, in your experience, what Emily was experiencing through the moderated osteopenia is something that all women go through?
Yes.
And now, counsel was also asking you about the therapy records that you reviewed. Was there anything in these therapy records that led you to conclude the manner of death was suicide?
No.
Actually, I'm going to put up one of the visits from October 30th of 2019. This is getting towards the end where we know services were terminated, right?
Correct.
Just go ahead and report what Emily told the therapist then.
It says, client reported she was feeling good but tired. She stated she was sleeping better, work has been going well, and that 6 hours worked out well for her transition back to work. Client reported she was happy to make new connections at work as well as connect with old friends, coworkers. Will wear headphones/earbuds if she needs to block out distracting sounds and is easing back into her workload. She stated is maintaining her yoga and meditation practice and feeling more confident in her husband's ability to cope and grieve. Client shared about her other interests that bring her joy, peace, and balance, such as gardening and eating healthy.
And then again, November 4th of 2009. Whoops, here, I'll put that up there. November 4th, see that at the top?
Yes.
All right. And again, what did Emily report to the therapist then?
It says client reported she was feeling tired after working and worried about her husband. Client reported she is functioning well as evidenced by improved ability to sleep more restfully, manage emotions and reactions, concentration has improved. Client stated she continues to use her coping skills and feels confident in her ability to heal herself through clean eating, clean water, yoga, meditation, nature, and connecting with others. Client reported she also feels ready to return to full-time.
Nothing further.
Yes, Your Honor, if I could just have a moment. I'm trying to find it, but maybe you remember it because she stopped taking Boniva. Do you remember that being in the records?
I believe it was there, and then it kind of disappeared when she was at her family doctor, so there wasn't a record that she was continuously on. I think she was on vitamin D and calcium.
Then let me give a moment, Your Honor, if I could. We can't search term because it's a PDF. The records from showing you, the pages aren't numbered, but do you see here? They are, Your Honor, thank you. Just to orient here, the date of the visit was October 14, 2013. Do you see that?
and removed medications at the bottom. What does it say there? Thank you. Nothing further.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, any questions for this witness? Please prepare them and follow the usual routine. Dr. Hickman, I have a few questions for you, and they may bounce around a little bit, so
Okay.
not in any particular order here. Do you know, as part of your investigation, at the time of her disappearance, May 25th, was Emily Noble on any other medications?
I have her last family doctor note in here, which would probably be the most up-to-date. And our report, which should list medications.
If you
Is it
haven't
okay if I
liked to
look?
look to answer the question, feel free.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yeah. And of course, follow-up question is, if there were, could you share what they are?
Sure. don't believe we've had any medications from the home. Her last family doctor note was dated October of 2019, so that would have been about 6 months prior. And at the time, I believe she was taking Klonopin, which is a sleep medication. And that was the only documented prescription medication, so essentially a sleeping pill.
Sleeping pill.
Correct.
Okay. Next question is, there was some testimony that she was taking calcium. Does taking medicine such as calcium improve bone density?
It'll stabilize it. So I think if this osteopenia is important, the one thing to understand is, so bone is kind of like, it's not solid, it's what we call a matrix. And so over time, 16 is kind of the maximum peak bone density for women. It's typically, when we measure it, it's at their long bone, so hip bone, spine, so vertebra, and then over time, that matrix will kind of thin, and it's a different process depending on nutrition, smoking, those sorts of things. So there are medications like Boniva which prevent the breakdown of bone, so it slows that process. Calcium is the building block for bone, and vitamin D is what helps put bone together. So vitamin D and calcium are what we call bone stabilizers. They do not make bone grow back, but it slows down the thinning of the bone, if you will, whereas the other medications like Boniva actually will slow down the bone loss.
Now, you testified about the osteopenia and its effect on bones.
Yes.
Impact the thickness of the bones in your face, nose and cheek?
So that's a great question, and that's the other piece, is when we study bone loss, it's typically what we call trabecular bone. So again, it's long bones, arms, legs, your vertebra, which form your spinal column. As far as I know in bone, and again, I'm not a bone expert, to my medical knowledge, the bones in your neck and face are not really trabecular bone. And so they typically, I don't believe, undergo the same process. And bone that is cartilage, when it starts, like thyroid cartilage, that then turns into bone as you get older. Again, I don't believe in the report, when they looked at the bone, it showed that that type of bone had shown that it was basically thinning.
Thank you. And the final question is, we went through a report about the testing of the contents of the bottle, came with an ABV. The question is, would the contents of the bottle have been compromised after being left for so long before testing?
Yeah, I don't know that I can answer that.
Questions from the seat?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Defense?
Yes, Your Honor, at the moment. If I show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit LL, I believe it's the last entry in the Ohio Health Records, and this is in response to the testimony with respect to medication. Reason for visit is medication management. I'm sorry, it's page 1 of the entire group. It appears to be the last office visit documentation that you got from Ohio Health. Does that sound right?
Are you okay if I compare it to what I have in here?
Sure, and I'm also happy to approach.
Well, let me just see, because I have these organized. So under the progress note, yours says October 21st, is that correct? Where, if you look at clinical notes,
Yep.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Visit date is right there.
October 21st, yeah. So
Yep.
that's the last one that I have as well.
Okay, so I just want to go down here with respect to medication so that we have the complete picture.
Mm-hmm.
We've got the medication management reason for the visit is the difficulty falling asleep, depression, anxiety, and this is in October of 2021. And then just, I want to go here with respect to the medication. patient taking Klonopin at night along with melatonin and Benadryl at times. Do you see that?
Yes.
And I'm happy to.
So melatonin and Benadryl obviously are both over-the-counter medications. So
Right.
again, okay.
No, I understand that. I just want to be complete about the medications that she was taking,
Sure.
even if they were intermittently during that time period. And that's the last medical record that we, from a family perspective, that we have from her.
Correct.
Thank you, Your Honor. Nothing further.
You may sit down, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've reached the hour for our midday break, so I believe we will do so. Let's take an hour, and remember the court's admonition over the break. Have a good, relaxing time.
Thank you. Have a seat. How does the state wish to proceed?
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, the state of Ohio would rest subject to the admission of our exhibits.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, normally at the conclusion of the state's presentation of evidence, the court takes a break and deals with some legal issues, such as going over the exhibits that will be admitted. We have agreed with the parties that all motions and exhibits will be done at the end of the day, so we won't be taking your time up. And we'll take care of those, and we're going to reserve that opportunity for both parties, and we're going to proceed right now. Does the defense wish to call any witnesses?
We do, Your Honor.
And
We call Dr. Heather Garvin.
all right.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this case should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Dr. Garvin, please introduce yourself to the jury.
I'm Dr. Heather Garvin.
And where do you work?
I am a full professor of anatomy at Des Moines University.
I want to go through the course of your work in this case. Did you provide me with a current CV?
I did.
And CV, kind of a
It's a long resume, especially in academics.
showing you what I've marked as Defendant's Exhibit 00. Thank you. Want to go through your employment, your affiliations, your background, a little bit about your qualifications. I know you just mentioned where you work, but tell the jurors what you do at Des Moines University.
So at Des Moines University, I teach anatomy to medical students, physical therapy students, physician assistant students. I also train master's students in the Masters of Anatomy program, doing research. And through the university, I conduct forensic anthropology casework for the state of Iowa.
And are you currently a full professor?
I am.
Let's talk about the second section here, current affiliations and appointments. And actually, let me just go up to here too, with respect to your associate professor work. That was actually in forensic sciences?
My assistant professor.
Yes, your assistant professor. Let's go down to your current affiliations. If you could, 2020 to present, talk to the jurors about the American Board of Forensic Anthropology.
So the American Board of Forensic Anthropology is the only certifying body in the U.S. for forensic anthropology. It's accredited through the Forensic Specialties Accreditation Board. I became board certified in 2017. There's lots entailed with that, which I can get into in a minute, but in the 2020 that you're pointing to there, I was elected on the board of directors of the American Board of Forensic Anthropology.
Let's pause there. You indicated that you are board certified as a forensic anthropologist?
Correct.
Tell the jurors what it requires to be board certified in forensic anthropology.
To be board certified in forensic anthropology, you first have to hold a PhD. Then you apply to actually sit for the examination. To apply to sit for the examination, you have to submit training logs, you have to submit letters of recommendations, you have to submit your CV, your degrees, as well as 3 case files representing the work that you have completed. And then the board of directors reviews those materials, and if they find you competent enough to sit for the exam, you can then sit for the exam. If not, they deny your application to sit for the exam.
And then tell the jurors what the exam entails.
The exam itself has a written and practical component. It's about an 8-hour exam covering all aspects of forensic anthropology.
And you indicated that you became board certified in 2017.
That is correct.
Did you become board certified and pass the test on your first try?
I did.
I know that you indicated that you're now been elected to serve on the board of directors of the American Board of Forensic Anthropology. Do you hold or are you on any committees within the American board?
Yeah, one of the roles of being on the board, you have to serve in a number of different committees. It's a nonprofit, so it's all just volunteer work. And so my role in there, I'm co-chair of the applications committee currently. I'm also chair of the exam development committee, and I serve on the medical legal outreach committee as well.
As part of your work on the applications committee, tell us what you do.
So the applications committee is responsible for reviewing those applications that are submitted to sit for the exam. Currently, as co-chair of that, I do not have a vote in that. I'm compiling information from the committee for votes, yay or nay, towards those applications. But prior to serving as the co-chair on that and as a board of director, I did review case reports for that purpose.
And the case reports are submitted as part of the application process to even take the board certification exam?
Correct.
Let's move now down to 2015. I'll scoot it up so the jury can see it. 2015 with respect to your editorial board, Journal of Forensic Sciences. Tell the jury what that affiliation or appointment entails.
So I was asked to serve on the editorial board for the Journal of Forensic Sciences. It's one of the major journals in the forensic sciences, particularly in the US here. And that's because usually as academics, we'll do guest reviews of publications. All publications are peer reviewed by others. I was doing enough of those, and I was doing a thorough enough job that they asked me to serve on that board, which means I get a lot more reviews to do during the year.
Let's move to your education, if we can. I'll start from the bottom. We'll start at undergrad. Where did you go to undergraduate?
I went to undergrad in the University of Florida.
While you were there, did you have any experience or exposure or opportunity to do any forensic anthropology lab work?
I did not do forensic anthropology lab work, but I volunteered as an undergraduate in the forensic anthropology lab there. But I was not conducting the work as an undergraduate.
You were a volunteer in the lab?
Correct.
And then where did you next go for your education?
So following my bachelor's, I went to Mercyhurst College in Erie, Pennsylvania for their master's program in biological and forensic anthropology.
What was your thesis there?
My thesis was on the ossification of laryngeal structures as an indicator of age.
And laryngeal structures, point to the jury where that area of the body is.
So those are the neck structures. It's your thyroid cartilage and your cricoid cartilage, and sometimes the hyoid is kind of included in that complex there.
And when someone says, I wrote my thesis on the ossification of the laryngeal structures as indicators of age, what does a thesis mean?
Thesis is a major research project you do for your master's. You have to design it, collect all the data, analyze it, and then you present it as kind of that capstone to your master's, and you have to defend it in order to get that master's degree.
And then after getting your master's degree, where did you get your PhD?
Following there, I went to Johns Hopkins School of Medicine for my PhD.
And graduated from there in 2012?
Correct.
Let's go now to, I'm going to cycle through if we can. Page 3, let's talk about your teaching experience. Present teaching experience, talk through the jury with that.
So as I mentioned, presently working for Des Moines University, my main role there is teaching medical students. I teach them anatomy specifically. I also run a forensic osteology elective course there, and then I'm also running some master's thesis course with students doing research in skeletal variation.
And you've listed here on your resume the actual course names and numbers.
That is correct.
And then we can go down here to the courses that your teaching experience as an assistant professor. If you could tell the jurors about that work from 2012 to 2017.
And so prior to starting at Des Moines University in 2017, I was in a tenure track assistant professor position at Mercyhurst College in the Department of Applied Forensic Sciences, where I was teaching graduate students and undergraduate students, specifically in forensic anthropology and supervising casework.
Let's go now talk about some of your publications, if we can. Go to, and there's a significant number included in your resume, but I want to talk about just a few that might be related or applicable to this case. In 2020, if I can find, tell the jurors about the case studies in forensic anthropology in 2020.
So myself and a fellow board-certified forensic anthropologist created an edited volume on the case studies in forensic anthropology to help in training students, graduate students, as well as learning more about what our colleagues are doing across the country. Because the more exposure you get to cases individually from different regions, the better off you are as a practitioner.
And publications in 2018 in the International Encyclopedia of Biologication, which I've marked right there.
Yeah, so that's an invited publication, and so me and my colleagues that are listed there, we actually created the forensic anthropology, I don't want to say chapter, but with an encyclopedia, the label and description of forensic anthropology within that volume.
Turning now to 2016, the utility of advanced imaging and forensic anthropology. Tell the jurors about that publication.
That publication is talking about how radiographs and CT scans and MRIs can be used in casework in forensic anthropology. It's published in the Academic Forensic Pathology Journal. That's the journal associated with the National Association of Medical Examiners, or NAME.
And going to 2012, developments in forensic anthropology in 2012. Describe that, please.
Yeah, so that's a book chapter specifically on age at death estimation in a volume that's the Forensic Anthropology Companion. It's kind of a text that's geared at graduate students.
Going to 2010, in your listed publications, at the top there, it has limitations of cartilage ossification as an indicator of age of death. Explain that.
So this was an extension of my thesis work. With my thesis work, I focused solely on the laryngeal structures. I then also looked at cartilage ossification in the rib cage as well for age estimation.
I want to talk now about turning to, I know we talked about, there's a section in your resume for, actually, let me go to 2008 in terms of public abstracts. I don't want to. Yes, right here. Looking for, give me just a second. This one right at the bottom here, with respect to the human hyoid and its relationship to the basic cranial, and I'll let you say the rest.
And mandibular morphology. Also part of my research during my master's, when I was looking at the laryngeal structures, I did some studies on the hyoid bone itself. It's actually variable in its shape and size, and we don't truly understand why that is or what factors. So I was investigating whether the shape of the hyoid was somewhat related to the base of your skull shape.
And then similarly with respect to that area, in 2007, the ossification, again, on that same area, tell the jurors about that work.
Yeah, so this was a presentation. So all published abstracts are national presentations that you give at academy meetings each year. They publish the abstract. You either give a poster or a podium presentation. So this was just prior to the publication of my thesis work where I was presenting it at the academy there.
I want to turn now to your forensic anthropological casework. Tell the jurors just generally about the casework that you do at Des Moines University.
So through Des Moines University, we have a contract with the state of Iowa where I conduct the forensic anthropology cases for the state of Iowa. So if there's anything that they think a forensic anthropologist could provide additional information for to help them in their investigations, they contact me.
And below the description of that work, you have listed 2022 to 2017. What type of information is listed after each of those years?
After each of those years, I have the total number of cases that I did that year. Our case numbers always include human and non-human cases. Some of our job is just saying that, no, this is a pig bone, I'm sorry. But so I have actually stated how many of those are non-human, how many of those were full anthropological analyses with a full report. There are times that the medical examiner wants just a verbal opinion, a verbal consult. So I've included consults on there or consults from colleagues, as well as any search, recoveries, external case reviews, and testifying.
And we'll get to testifying in a second, but just generally, average number of case reviews per year.
For the case reviews,
Yes.
So as you can see, my casework has gone up since I first went to Des Moines University.
And so it starts at 3, and then the last couple of years you've been at 13 and 10 and 11. Does that look about right?
Correct, because usually case reviews are done by board certified individuals, and I just became board certified in 2017.
And then let's talk about your forensic anthropological casework earlier in your career, from 2005 to 2017.
Yeah, so starting with the graduate program at Mercyhurst University is when I first really started participating in casework, doing analyses on skeletons, doing search, doing recoveries. So throughout that time, as far as human cases I was involved in, it's more than 75. That includes the time I was there as a graduate student, and then I was there for those 5 years teaching alongside with 2 other board-certified forensic anthropologists.
And I'll just ask you while we're here, if you know, did you train, you just mentioned this, but did you train under board-certified forensics anthropologists?
Correct. That's one of the reasons I went to Mercyhurst, as they had 2 board-certified forensic anthropologists as faculty.
And if you know, does the Ohio State University have any board-certified forensic anthropologists?
No.
Have they had a forensic board-certified anthropologist in the last 10 or 15 years, if you know?
Definitely not since 2005, because when I was looking at schools for masters or PhDs, I specifically looked at OSU.
We see at the bottom of this page, just with respect to your other professional services, those are those the committees that you talked about earlier under the board of directors?
Correct.
That you serve on? And then moving now to same section, if we could. I want to talk about your work as a guest reviewer that you've been doing since 2012. Talk to us about that work.
Yeah, so it's a little less reviewing for each journal than if you're on the editorial board. But the way academic journals work is someone will submit an article for publication. They send it out to 2 to 3 people in the field to review. You essentially volunteer your time to review those articles and decide whether they are acceptable for publication or not. And so this is a list of the various journals that have reached out that I've done these reviews, and then not including the editorial board for the Journal of Forensic Sciences.
Tell us about your co-chair work on the validation committee.
So my first year on the board of directors for the American Board of Forensic Anthropology, I was co-chair of the validation committee. So all questions that go into our question bank for our exam are rigorously validated by a number of people before they can even go in that question bank.
Further further down, 2019, it's listed a book review of forensic anthropology. Tell us a little bit about that.
That is correct. The publishers for that book reached out to me and asked if I'd be willing to read through and do a review of that textbook.
Turning now, if we could, to 15, 16, and 17, the co-instructor work that you did. Tell us about that.
Yeah, so Mercyhurst University, they teach graduate and undergraduate students throughout the year, but every summer we have short courses where you might get, wannabe students, graduate students, law enforcement, other people that want additional training in forensic anthropology, either in the search or recovery or analysis of those remains. And so as faculty there, I was co-instructor for those courses.
And going down to 2013, to the 3-day course that you did there. Tell us about that.
Correct. Myself and my then colleague, Dr. Stephen Sims, went down and conducted a 3-day skeletal trauma course in Chile. Again, just going over what skeletal trauma is, our experience in it, the features of it.
You mentioned Stephen Sims. Who is he?
He was one of my advisors during my master's at Mercyhurst University, and then my colleague when I was teaching there.
And is he a board-certified forensic anthropologist?
He is.
Going now to, we'll have to kind of, the page is split, but 2007, with the short courses at Mercyhurst College, and the list begins right here at the top of the page.
Yeah, so as a graduate student, you were expected to work in those short courses. You basically, your life was school and learning forensic anthropology and then teaching others forensic anthropology.
Then the next section of your resume goes into, I believe, lectures. Am I right about that?
They're invited talks.
Invited talks.
I give lectures every day as part of my job that are not invited talks.
Fair enough. Doing a trial is like an invited talk, too. Invited talks. We'll just start right from the first one in 2022, Forensic Anthropology Introduction. Tell us about that.
So the Midwest Death Investigation course had contacted me and asked me to give a presentation there about forensic anthropology. Most of the audience members were medical examiners from Iowa or death investigators from Iowa.
And going down to 2019, invited lectures. I know we're still on. 2019, the role of forensic anthropology in medical legal investigations. Tell us about that.
Again, this is an invited lecture. Given my expertise in forensic anthropology, they reached out, the Iowa division of the International Association for Identification, and I gave that lecture there.
2018, with respect to invited lecture invitation that begins with forensic anthropology. What did you do there?
That was a talk at the Iowa Association of County Medical Examiners, again explaining what forensic anthropology is, what we can contribute on the casework.
And somewhat related to this case, we'll go to the next page and talk about the invited lectures in 2014, 15, and 16.
Again, they're invited lectures. So 2014, 15, and 16, the one that says Forensic Taphonomy and Bone Trauma Analysis. Through Mercyhurst, we would put on the Pennsylvania Coroner's Basic Education course yearly, where we go and teach coroners about forensic anthropology and our expertise. The other ones, again, they're invited lectures, teaching individuals about what forensic osteology is, or sometimes even the public. To make them more aware of what a forensic anthropologist is, what that career looks like, and what that role is.
And we'll end here with your academic memberships.
Yeah, so as an academic, you usually belong to one or two academic memberships. And so I belong to the American Association of Physical Anthropology. It's now American Association of Biological Anthropology. They've changed their name with the time, where I'm a full member there. And then the American Academy of Forensic Sciences, the anthropology section. I've been a part of that since 2004, and I'm a fellow within that organization.
Is there any difference between someone that says I'm a member and I'm a fellow?
So you have to be promoted from member to fellow, and that means you have to go to a certain number of meetings each year, and then I believe you had to submit a couple of research articles showing your involvement in the field, or case files showing again that your expertise in that field.
Seem to be a fair and accurate copy of your current CV.
Yes.
Few last questions with respect to your experience as a witness testifying. Have you ever testified in a courtroom before?
Yes.
And in those how many times?
5 times.
And in
This
those
will be the 6th, sorry.
And in those instances, were you tendered or offered and qualified as a forensic anthropologist?
Yes.
Of those 5 cases prior to today, were they criminal cases?
Yes.
How many of those 5 times did you testify for the state?
For the prosecution, all of them.
Your Honor, this time I would tender this expert as a board-certified forensic anthropologist.
No objection to the forensic anthropologist.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Dr. Garvin, I've left a report up on that bar there for you. If you need to use it to refresh your recollection, just let us know. Could you flip through it, though, so that I can mark it as an exhibit, and let me know if that appears to be a fair and accurate copy of the report that you rendered in this case?
It does.
I want to, marking Dr. Garvin's report as Defendant's Exhibit TT. Just want to go through the report. In all, 15 of 15. Does that appear to be
Correct.
accurate?
Correct.
Because it is page numbers, I'll just refer to page numbers as we go, unless the report's in front of you. Just as a matter of background, how did you first get involved in this case?
So on September 3rd of 2021, I was contacted by Court Gatterdam and asked if I'd be willing to do a review of case materials as a forensic anthropologist.
And how, if at all, do you know Court Gatterdam as being part of the defense team?
At that time?
Yes.
None.
Okay. He's my co-counsel, that's what I mean.
Yes.
Do you know him as that?
Yes.
And so he reached out to you, and the request, the scope of the request from Mr. Gatterdam, is that included in the first paragraph there in your report?
Yes.
And tell the jurors what you were asked to do.
So I was asked to review a number of reports and provide my opinions based on my forensic anthropology expertise. And so those reports are bulleted there. Do you want me to go through them?
Let me go. When you say bullets, there's a list right there of materials that you reviewed. Were those materials provided to you by Mr. Gatterdam or a member of the defense team?
Yes.
And you've listed those as they appear. Can you tell the jurors just what those are?
So the first bullet is a forensic anthropology report submitted by Dr. Vidoli at the University of Tennessee. The second is a forensic anthropology report submitted by Dr. Amanda Agnew and Ms. Harden of The Ohio State University, dated to the 11th of January 2021. Then I have a Montgomery County, Ohio coroner report on the post-mortem examination of Emily Noble. Then I have an addendum to the forensic anthropology report submitted by Dr. Angela Harden of The Ohio State, dated to the 10th of May 2021, and a written review of case materials authored by Dr. Smock.
The last material that you reviewed, through the work in this case, you're familiar now with Dr. William Smock?
Yes.
If you know, is he a anthropologist?
No.
Is he, and then sort of the next question, also not a board certified or forensic anthropologist then?
No.
Is he a pathologist?
Not to my knowledge.
Did you, and let me pause. when Mr. Gotterdam reached out to you and asked for you to do the work that's identified on your report, did he, in advance of you doing that work, tell you or guide you in any direction as to what the defense wanted you to say?
Objection, Your Honor, as to leading.
Well, it's introductory. I'll permit her to say yes or no.
No, and I don't recall, but I would imagine I might have even responded and said that I'm willing to do this. You don't know what you're going to get out of it, but.
Did you obviously do the analysis in this case and ultimately come to some findings and conclusions with respect to your work?
So the word analysis in this case is referring to the actual review of these materials. It's not a case report as if I sat down with the skeleton and wrote out a forensic anthropology case report.
And so based on your review of the materials that you've listed here in bullet points, did you come to findings and conclusions in this case to a reasonable degree of medical or scientific certainty?
Yes.
And are those summarized in the initial paragraph in your report?
Yes. The bulleted points at the top are points of the review, kind of the major points of the review for the critiques or refuting points.
And if you could go through them, let's start with the first bullet point. Your finding in the first bullet point.
So it says, perimortem fractures to the hyoid bone and ossified thyroid cartilage. Hanging cannot be ruled out as a possible mechanism to these fractures.
I want to pause there and talk about perimortem, if we could. Perimortem, define that period of time, if you can.
So perimortem, although generally means at or around the time of death, it means something different for forensic pathologists doing the autopsy and anthropologists. As anthropologists, we don't have the soft tissue to work with. And so all we can tell as far as a fracture occurring at or around the time of death is that it occurred in fresh or biomechanically fresh bone, meaning that it still has, it's still hydrated, still has this collagen and protein and elastic properties. So that can be, if it's a few days before, we may not see any signs of healing. It could be days after, weeks after, sometimes months after. I think it's even documented to be years after at times.
Antemortem. Could you define antemortem for us?
So anthropologically, we would determine that a defect is antemortem if it has gross or visual signs of healing to that bone.
And then going on the other end, post-mortem damage.
So post-mortem damage would have no signs of healing, obviously, and it would appear as if it happened in dry bone, so it's not happening in that more elastic bone. Sometimes that will be more jagged, more angular, and sometimes it'll be lighter in coloration because it wasn't exposed to the environment as long as the perimortem fractures.
Let me pause there. You've listed in your report on page 7 of 15 a number of citations. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And before you came to testify today, did I approach you with a stack of the printed out copies of the listed citations that you've referenced in your report?
Yes.
And did you have an opportunity generally just to talk to me about the number of citations? And would it sound about right that there was 9?
Objection, leading.
Okay.
I heard her little question, but why don't you rephrase it?
Sure. The number of citations in your report.
I have 13 citations in my report.
And in one, I want to go back to your description of post-mortem damage, if we could. One moment. Oh, it's in there. Let me approach. helpful. I'll find
It'd
it
just
in a
be 2
minute.
pages, I
Yes.
think.
I'll find it in a minute. So circling back to your report, I'll find that literature with respect to post-mortem damage in a second. But the second finding, as noted in the second bullet point, is what?
No evidence of perimortem fractures to the craniofacial region.
Tell us what the craniofacial region means.
Craniofacial region means the bones of the face in this general area.
And while we're on sort of the anatomy, if you will, and I have your permission to ask you this, how tall are you?
I'm 5'4" 3/4.
If you could show the jurors just generally where hyoid is and then the thyroid cartilage.
Yeah, so the easiest way to understand the anatomy is to explore your own anatomy, right? And so your Adam's apple here that you can feel, that's your thyroid cartilage, and you can feel it wraps around the side. Just below that is the cricoid cartilage. It's a ring-like cartilage just underneath that. And if you follow your Adam's apple up, and there you'll feel a little space, and then you feel another bone right on top of that, that's your hyoid bone. And you can feel the greater horns of your hyoid on the side. I just always warn people, don't squeeze too hard.
But, so going back now, because there was this issue earlier showing you what's been marked as Exhibit BB for defense. I think this was one of the materials included in, that were included in your citations. Do you recognize this?
Correct.
And where is this 2-page piece of literature from?
So those are 2 pages out of the textbook Forensic Anthropology, Current Methods and Practice by Christensen et al.
And with respect to this paragraph right here, summarize, if you could, what it says with respect to post-mortem fractures or damages you've talked about.
It says that fresh bone fractures or perimortem fractures will lack evidence of healing or infectious response, and that they are often straighter, where dry bone, those post-mortem damage, tend to have a more jagged appearance.
Going back to your report, Defendant's Exhibit TT, the third finding, if you could talk about that.
Antemortem trauma to the nasal bones and maxilla.
So going back to the anatomy, if you could show the jury nasal bones, maxilla, and the rest of that nasal structure.
Right, so you have your nose, which the part that's projecting outward is cartilaginous, which is why it moves. If you push backward, you can feel where the nasal aperture, that bone ends. It's a teardrop shape. You have a little bone projecting out here, your anterior nasal spine. Your actual nasal bones are the small ones up at the top here, pinched. And then on the sides here, this is all your maxilla, and your maxilla actually includes that top part that has your teeth in it as well.
And then the opening of the nose is called what?
The nasal aperture.
And in preparation for your testimony today, did you provide some pictures of nasal apertures?
Yes.
Marking these as Defendant's Exhibit PP. I'll show them on the screen.
Is that Paul?
Paul.
No objection.
Thank you.
Dr. Garvin, tell us what we're seeing here with these 3 images.
So I did a quick Google search, just nasal aperture human skull, to provide examples of what a nasal aperture really looks like, since most people have not really seen them in their lives. And so you can see these are educational images where they're outlining where that nasal aperture is, where the anterior nasal spine is, that's just below it there. And one of the primary things that's illustrated here is the amount of variation there is in that nasal aperture and how that aperture can be irregular.
These 3 pictures, are these nasal apertures that have suffered trauma, or are these not?
This one down here might have some antemortem trauma. I can't really tell on that. But otherwise, no, because they're teaching specimens, so they wouldn't have have a perimortem trauma teaching specimen.
And the differences, if you could just show us perhaps a few differences between this image and this image to illustrate your point with respect to these.
Yeah, so you had the nasal aperture here, and you can see, oh, I can't do it too thin. You can see that there's just, if you follow those borders up, there's irregularities along the way. Essentially what's happening here is bone is kind of coming to a point where the cartilage then attaches to it and comes out. It's not joining with another bone, so you don't have a nice joint there per se. And then the nasal bones here, we can see there's variation here. And even in the drawing for a textbook, you can see that they've even captured some of that variation in the drawing as well.
Thank you. Did you pull additional images with respect to the nasal aperture?
Yes, well, one of the things we teach is human variation, right? We're variable. So I didn't want it to seem like I just picked 3. So these were 2 additional ones showing nasal apertures. Again, from common internet searches. And, even areas like this, you can see are irregular. It's a sharp margin, a little bit of irregularities there along that margin aren't any consequence to you.
And that second image will be part of Defendant's Exhibit PP, Paul. Thank you. Let's turn to back to your report, if we could. With respect to the fourth finding, begins with potential.
Yeah, so I put there a potential area of slight postmortem damage to the left lateral nasal aperture.
Tell us why you would put potential in your report.
I put potential in my report because looking at the images, that certain area looks lighter in coloration, and when I compared it to scene photos, it looks as though a little piece might have chipped off, but I don't feel that I can say that definitively, so I've put the word potential up there.
Now, let's work through your report if we can, and then we'll circle back with respect to the findings and conclusions. Are you familiar with Dr. Agnew's report?
I am.
And we'll start with, in her report, does she describe the processing, how she processed the bones in this case?
Yes, she gives a 5-step, which are each numbered process for processing the remains.
And are those 5 steps listed under the description of remains in your report?
They're not listed word for word. For example, when I say an undisclosed amount of time, that's because her report didn't say the amount of time. But I paraphrased them there.
And so let's talk about the undisclosed amount of time with respect to the hydrating process. Can you describe what the hydrating process is?
I've actually never heard the term hydrating process before. Mummified tissue can be very tough to get through. So it sounds as though soaking them in the water would loosen that material. It's a form of maceration. So maceration just means breaking down by liquid. Most of the time as forensic anthropologists, when we're macerating, we're actually using a little bit of heated water. But in this case, they were in a tub with water, I think to loosen that soft tissue to get it off.
Objection, Your Honor. I move to strike the last part of that answer as it calls for speculation. She indicated she's not familiar with the term or doesn't know what Ohio State did, and she's really guessing at this point.
Response to that?
Is it indicated in Dr. Agnew's report the temperature of the water as part of the rehydrating process they used at Ohio State?
It's paraphrased there. The first time she does say room temperature, and then in that 4th step she says warm water.
So let me clear this. Here, it's room temperature and warm water. Do you see those?
Correct.
And when you, after the number 2, why is rehydrating in quotes?
because I had not heard of that as a process.
And rehydrating, is that a term that you're familiar with as a forensic anthropologist?
No.
And then with respect to the third part of the process, the manual removal of soft tissue, could you describe that?
That's a typical part of the process when we have remains, right? As forensic anthropologists, we'll look at the remains with the tissue to see anything there, but then we want to see the actual skeletal surfaces, so we need to get those materials off. So there are processes to loosen the soft tissue, but at some point you have to actually manually use tools to try to get some of that off.
And let's go to, and then where the fourth part of the process is what?
Soaking the elements in a warm water detergent solution, and again, the report didn't say the amount of time.
And why is that something that you noted in your report?
It could be weeks, it could be months. I don't know exactly how long those remains were sitting in water, and if you have remains sitting in water for a prolonged period of time, it can affect the integrity of the bone.
In your work as a board-certified forensic pathologist,
I'm not a pathologist.
I'm sorry, anthropologist. How would you document, or would you document the time intervals when elements are being immersed in water?
I would at least mark down the start date and the end date.
Let's go to number 5. Tell the jurors what's the fifth part of the process that Dr. Agnew reported doing.
So she reported submerging the elements in a 1-to-1 ratio of water and 2% hydrogen peroxide for 24 hours.
What is your, based on your expertise, training, and experience, what are your observations about that part of the process?
You should not be using hydrogen peroxide in forensic cases.
Showing you what has been marked as defendant's MM. And before I do that, with respect to the fifth part of the process, there's Fenton 2003, Stedman 06. Tell us what those names and numbers mean.
So whenever you see in my report parentheses and the name and number, that's a citation. It's referring to an article that supports that statement. We do that in science a lot because anytime you're drawing conclusions, you don't want someone to just take your word on it, so you're providing that supporting evidence from the literature for that statement.
Showing you what has been marked as defendant's MM. In the emailed materials.
No objection.
Showing you, let me zoom out so you can see the document. Dr. Garvin, do you recognize this?
Yes.
And tell the jurors, if you could, what is it?
So this is a document, something we would call a SWIG-ANTH document. SWIG-ANTH stands for the Scientific Working Group, in this case, the Subcommittee of Forensic Anthropology. This is a group that was put together originally kind of by the DoD and the FBI to create some written standards or best practices for the field.
If we can, and is this the most current version?
So the SWIG-ANTH documents, this is the most current version of the SWIG-ANTH documents. It's now been rolled over into another organization, OSAC and NIST, and the ASB as well. There's a lot of acronyms where they are redoing all of the standards, and some of them are completed, some of them aren't.
So let me go to page 2 of 3 with respect to unacceptable practices. 5.0. If you could tell us what 5.0 is, please, in terms of unacceptable practices.
It says use of chemicals that damage or destroy bone or DNA, for example, bleach, hydrogen peroxide, and formalin may be used in some situations, but the destructive consequences and personal health risks of the use of these chemicals must be recognized.
In this case, we talked about, well, were the best practices as indicated by defendant's exhibit MM used by Dr. Agnew in this case with respect to processing?
Objection, Your Honor. Then calls for speculation. She said she was not familiar with what Ohio State did.
She's not familiar with what?
With what Ohio State did. She said there's words in the report that she doesn't know what they mean. She hasn't followed up. She doesn't know what Ohio State did other than what she read in the report.
Well, rephrase your question as to
Sure.
this process, if you will.
Let me just go back to the description of the remains. You reviewed Dr. Agnew's report?
Correct.
And in the fifth, number 5, process, that part of your report, where did you get that information from?
From her report.
And it is described in your report under 5 as what?
I'm not following the question.
What does it say in your report after the number 5 in a
It says submerging the elements in a 1-to-1 ratio of water and 2% hydrogen peroxide for 24 hours.
Is the 24-hour period described in any way within Dr. Agnew's report?
It's described as written.
And then that takes me back to what I just showed you with respect to defendant's exhibit MM. Based on Dr. Agnew's report as to the 5th part of her processing of the remains, were the practices in compliance or not as listed in 5.0?
Hydrogen peroxide was used, and there was no indication to the destructive properties of it in the report.
Tell us why hydrogen peroxide might be a destructive property.
It's a bleaching agent, so it'll turn the bones white, which makes them look nice, but we don't need them to look nice in a forensic case. And unless the remains are rinsed off very well afterwards, actually peroxide can continue to process those bones even afterwards.
And what might that do to the bones themselves?
So there's reports that using hydrogen peroxide will impact receiving DNA from the remains. Also exfoliation, so bone kind of flaking away at muscle attachment sites.
Tell us, and going back to your report, you've listed there the Stedman article from 2006. Tell us how, if at all, the process used by Dr. Agnew, the 1-to-1, differs or same, similar, or otherwise to the Stedman article.
So the Stedman article actually used experimental procedures to look at different types of processing and their effects on DNA amplification. One of the methods they did experiment with was hydrogen peroxide. In the Stedman article, they did do that over a period of 30 days because it took that long for the tissue to come off just from soaking in the hydrogen peroxide. It was used at a 1 to 9.5 ratio with 3% hydrogen peroxide.
And if you recall the ratio that was used in this case?
It's a 1-to-1 ratio of water and 2% hydrogen peroxide.
And so if we compare the ratio in Stedman versus the ratio in this case, how do they compare?
It's approximately 10 times stronger.
10 times stronger in this case?
Correct.
Let's go now to your section with respect to, it's titled Absent Skeletal Elements. Tell the jurors if there was any skeletal elements that were absent based on your review of the materials and the photographs in this case.
Yeah, so going through the report, I was going and reviewing all aspects of the forensic anthropology report. And so one of the first aspects in the reports is somewhat of an inventory. What remains did you have available? What remains were missing? And I found a few discrepancies between what was written there, what was shown in pictures and photographs that I had that I reviewed, as well as an addendum report that showed up.
And that's a perfect way of going back to the first page. I know I asked you about the materials you reviewed. In this paragraph right here that says, following a preliminary review, what, if any, additional materials does it say that you reviewed as part of your work in this case?
Yeah, so once I read through the reports that were given to me, I requested additional photographs to conduct my review.
And how many photographs did you review, and where were those from?
From the defense, I received 9 folders containing 432 photographs of the scene, autopsy, and anthropology photographs.
Going back to the section with respect to absent skeletal elements, I don't think you listed for the jurors what was missing. Was anything missing?
So one thing to note was that I saw in the scene photographs that both sneakers were there and the feet were still inside the sneakers. And then there was a radiograph, which is an x-ray from the medical examiner that showed the left foot still in that sneaker. And I could see that the bones to the great toe, your big toe, were there in that radiograph, but they were listed as absent in the anthropology report and were not in the picture of the overall skeleton laid out.
And when you say the picture of the overall skeleton laid out, let me pull, if I can. That was in Dr. Agnew's report, is that right?
Correct.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 130. Page 2 of 10, is that the depiction that you've just testified about?
Correct.
Could you show the jurors, circle what you just described?
So this would be the left foot down here, and there's the left great toe. There's a metatarsal there, which is kind of the sole of your foot, but the actual digits that would be after that are absent.
And then, otherwise absent, anything else noted in your report?
There were also inconsistencies with the dental, with the teeth present and the teeth that were recorded as being sent off for DNA.
Why would you, in your report, address inconsistencies in reporting?
Because it's about accuracy. I mean, the inventory is the first thing you do, what bones are there, yeah.
Showing you, while we're talking about inventory, what I'll mark as Defendant's Exhibit NN. This isn't a picture we've seen, so Dr. Garvin, do you recognize this picture?
I do.
And was this one of the 432 pictures that you reviewed in this case?
It was.
Tell us, and is it easier if I orient
Yes.
the picture this way?
Yes, thank you.
Yes, yes. Tell us, if you could, I'll zoom in, identify some of the things that you see in this photo.
So this photo, I go through them sequentially. So this was after the remains had arrived at the anthropology laboratory. They arrived, and some elements were in different labeled plastic bags. And then this picture follows where there's a number of elements. So we have some hand elements, we have the mandible here, this is your first neck vertebra here, some feet elements as well. And zooming in, I noticed that this was the hyoid right here.
This picture, is this before processing or after processing? Where is this in that stage?
This is before processing.
As you reviewed this picture, you've just circled what you have identified as the hyoid bone. In this picture or in any other picture pre-processing, did you see the thyroid cartilage?
No.
Have you looked for the thyroid cartilage in that photo and every other photo that you reviewed in this case pre-processing?
Yes.
Is there a photo freestanding of the hyoid bone pre-processing?
Yes.
Is there a photo pre-processing of the thyroid cartilage?
No.
Next page of a report, 3 of 15. I noticed there are places in your report where you seem to say things such as, I have no concerns or comments about this section. Why would you include that type of language in a report?
So that you know that I did at least look at that section, even though I don't have any comments for it.
Let's go to the next section with respect to, actually we'll skip to age at death. Tell us the process that, based on your review of Dr. Agnew's report, that she used to determine the age at death of the remains.
So she looked at the pubic symphysis, which is one of the age indicators that we will use in forensic anthropology. It's where your pelvis kind of comes together in the front, and it goes through some predictable changes with age. And so she looked at that and applied the Brooks and Suchi 1990 method, where you kind of compare that to a number of phases, and came up with a phase 4 for that. And so she gave a range based on that.
And does that range, if you know, include the true age of Emily Noble?
It does not include the age that's on the body labels.
Did she use more than one method to assess the age at death?
Based on her report, it only says that one method was used to come up with this age range, age interval, I should say.
And with respect to your work as a board-certified forensic anthropologist, what is your practice with respect to determining age at death?
Well, especially when you have a full skeleton, right? You want to use all the tools that you can. So there's other areas you can look at for age estimation, like the sternal ribs, the auricular surface of the pelvis, cranial sutures. So when we're doing a case, we want to apply different methods and see where all of them come out, and then from that, you have your final estimate. And for each of those, there are methods that have the statistics that follow it. We would report for each of those a 2 standard deviation wide interval.
Was that done in this case?
No.
I want to go to, and I'll toggle back and forth. I'm showing you now Dr. Agnew's report with respect to ancestry. Same question about ancestry, your practice. Using one method or more than one method is your standard practice.
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance. Ancestry is not in this.
Well, it's in evidence, right, her ancestry? So I think we can talk about ancestry. So I believe it has whatever relevance the jury finds it to be. I'll agree with that. Go ahead.
Just best practice. One method or more than one method in looking at the determination of ancestry?
More than one method, and specifically usually we'll do morphoscopic, so non-metric traits, which were scored in here, but also metric analyses.
And I'm showing you page 3 of 10 of Dr. Agnew's report, marked 130. Based on your review of her report, what method did she use?
She used the ASA method. It's optimized sum scores attributes. It's a method that was developed where you score a number of features, particularly of that nasal aperture region, that are known to kind of have higher frequencies in certain ancestries. And then based on the sum scores of those traits, you can estimate whether those morphologies are more consistent with a white or European ancestry individual or black African American ancestry individual.
Did she use more than one method or just the one?
One.
If based on your training experience and review of the literature, do you have any observations or thoughts on the use of the method that she did use with respect to ancestry?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
Well, this was addressed previously, I believe, with the prior witness, so I think this is expert testimony, talking about expert testimony, a topic that's been made a part of the record already, so I'll permit.
So given that the one method that was used here relies on features like nasal bone contour, I would have been cautious about using it if there's ante-mortem trauma there, or if there was any kind of trauma there.
That leads us to the the next section that we'll talk about in your report, the trauma section. If you recall, how many pictures were in Dr. Agnew's report documenting facial trauma?
I don't recall. I didn't count them.
If I may approach, Your Honor. Or I'll just show you. Would it refresh your recollection to see the report?
Oh, in the report? I'm
Yes.
sorry, I thought you meant all the individual photographs.
No.
Okay.
Just in her report.
It would help still to.
Sure.
So there are 8 figures in her report.
And with respect to facial trauma, how many photographs are in her report with respect to the face?
There is 1 figure composed of 4 photographs.
I'd like to go through those 4 photographs now if we can. I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 139. Do you recognize that as one of the 4 photographs?
Yes.
Tell the jurors about plastic deformation or deformation.
So plastic deformation a lot of times is an indicator for perimortem blunt force trauma. Essentially, when you have a load applied to the bone, right, the bone has a little bit of elastic properties to it. And so those elastic properties will allow slight deformation, slight strain, like 3%, some of the articles indicate. And if you were to stop applying that force, it would just go back to the way that it was. You wouldn't know any different. Until it reached to a certain point, a yield point. And at that time, you're getting bonds broken, and once that pressure is relieved, it will not go back to the way it was. That's plastic deformation. If you were then to continue applying force, that's when you get failure for that fracture.
What, if anything, do you recall in her report that Dr. Agnew circled or noticed about this photograph?
In 1 figure, there was a blue circle encompassing the entire nasal aperture that the caption indicated was displaying plastic deformation.
And the nasal aperture, if you could encircle it for the jurors.
That's the nasal aperture.
Before I ask you some questions about this, at any point in time in this case, did you see the actual bones?
No.
Have there been cases where you've been asked to review photographs and the photographs were not sufficient for your review?
For my external reviews?
Yes. And in those instances, what have you done?
I indicated that in my external review, that given what I had, I couldn't make a determination on this timing of the fracture.
The photographs that you were provided of the 432 photographs, were they of sufficient quality?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Rephrase your question.
Did you need to see the bones themselves to render the finding and conclusions in this case?
Any conclusions that are in my report, I felt confident making based off the materials that I reviewed.
So let's go back to State's Exhibit 139. I know you've encircled the aperture, but I want to clear it out. Did you look at this image for deformation?
Not just this image, I would go through all the images.
Okay, let's talk about this specific one. Do you see any plastic deformation in this image?
Any of the deformation that I see to that nasal aperture is related to the antemortem trauma.
And tell the jurors where that is or would be.
So you can't really see the fracture lines in this image here, but there's antemortem trauma to the nasals here, and it comes down to the maxilla here. And so essentially this region is pushed in a little bit from that antemortem trauma. And up here, the nasals, because of those fractures and the way that it healed, some of the bones somewhat overlap one another.
Would you expect to see plastic deformation if bone heals when it's malaligned? What might result?
I probably wouldn't use the term plastic deformation. I would say that it's displacement related to the healing and the fracture.
And where you've just, that area there, showing you what's been marked as States Exhibit 140, do you recognize that photo?
Yes.
Is that a better depiction of that area that I just circled?
It is a close-up, yes.
And tell the jurors what you're seeing in that photograph.
If I draw, can you erase mid-talk if I ask you to?
Sure can.
Okay. So what we're seeing is here, this is all left nasals, and this is all right nasal bones, and then you have maxilla on either side. And then what I'm seeing here is from the antemortem trauma, we have some displacement of those nasals that were fractured, and you can see that there's all these rounded edges where the bone has healed on top of itself in that area. And so all these rounded edges here are all evidence of antemortem trauma.
Can I clear?
Yes.
Do you see any perimortem trauma in
No.
this picture? You do not. Specifically, this area right here. Do you see any perimortem trauma there?
No.
And why or why not?
It looks like the nasal aperture. It looks like the rim of the nasal aperture right there. And in fact, I mean, if you're thinking about a fracture occurring, you'd have to have another part of the bone that fractured off of there. And this is already extending well into that nasal aperture.
Was this photo one of the 4 photos, States Exhibit 140, in Dr. Agnew's report?
I believe so. I'd have to double check.
Showing you what has been marked as States Exhibit 143. Tell me if you want me to reorient the photo as well.
That's fine.
Do you recognize this picture?
Yes.
And I can't seem to. And what is it?
So this edge right here, right, is that nasal aperture on the left side of the maxilla.
So, and with that, I want to show you 140. Is that seen in this picture?
No.
Is it seen in 139?
Yes.
Just to orient ourselves and show the jurors where it is.
So it's this region right here. And so this, sorry.
Nope.
So the line I drew in the last one is consistent with the line I'm drawing right here.
So now I want to go back so that we're oriented to States Exhibit 143. And this is the line that you just talked about.
Correct.
First, before we get to that line, describe, here's the view fracture.
This destruction in the bone right here is another antemortem fracture. You do have some space and gap that's still here, but it's very clear that you have rounding of the edges up here. And if you were to slide it down a little bit, I mean, ooh, my arrow's in the way. There you go. You can really see how that's healing up in that place. So that's an antemortem fracture. And in some of the images too, you can trace that antemortem fracture up and continuous with the nasal bone fractures.
Is it possible in one fracture to have antemortem and then perimortem?
No, in a single fracture, if there's signs of healing at all on that fracture, it's antemortem. If you had an antemortem fracture that was then refractured, there would be signs of that. You'd have disruption in the healed bone that was there.
I want to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 142. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes.
And generally, what is this depicting?
This is the left side of the face, showing this is the nasal aperture right there.
And with respect to antemortem trauma in this photograph, do you see any?
Yes. So this is the fracture that I was gonna dot it. That I'm gonna run alongside it.
Sure.
This is the fracture that we just noticed, went over in the slide previously. And you can see that fracture line continues up here. In some of the actual JPEG photographs, you can see it better that this fracture line then continues over on the nasals there. There's also another healed fracture that kind of comes in that way.
I want to go back to the State's Exhibit 143. Is that same line?
Yes.
What about, and so this is ante-mortem in your opinion?
Yes.
Talk to us about this edge.
That edge is the edge of the nasal aperture. Can you scroll it up a little bit?
Of course.
Please. You can see here that this edge is the same as that edge. That's just that edge to the opening there.
And so, an opinion with respect to this edge being perimortem, what would your opinion be as to that finding?
No, there's no evidence of perimortem trauma.
That's State's Exhibit 143. In this picture, 142, was there any post-mortem trauma noted in Dr. Agnew's report?
So we wouldn't refer to postmortem as trauma. We would use the word damage. No, there was not.
Let's talk about why do you say post-mortem damage and not trauma?
Trauma infers that it was an injury. Something that happens post-mortem is not going to be an injury.
Did you notice through the course of your review of the photographs in this case that there was post-mortem damage as depicted in State's Exhibit 142?
In this case, the lacrimals are damaged. Usually we're not going to have a big hole there. There's a bone that covers right there.
And where does post-mortem damage, how does it happen?
There's lots of ways. When remains are exposed to the elements, there's animal scavenging, birds, rodents, anything that is like post-depositional, so even transport of remains, processing the remains, that would all be post-mortem damage.
And if you, in your work doing external case reviews, well, I guess case reports, would you include post-mortem damage if you saw it?
With a post-mortem damage to the lacrimal, we do see that fairly often because it is a fragile area there. If it wasn't in the report, it should be in the bench notes.
And what are bench notes?
Bench notes are the notes you take as you're analyzing the case that then you use to synthesize your report from.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 131. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And what is it?
This is the photograph after processing of the hyoid bone and its elements that were available.
And tell us about what's depicted on what would be my right side of the photograph, on this side.
Right, so the hyoid actually starts off as 3 separate pieces where you have the body of the hyoid, actually more than 3, but 3 that you can see here. The body of the hyoid, a greater horn here, and a greater horn here. There are lesser horns that are tiny that would actually fuse on there too. With age, some individuals' hyoids do fuse the greater horns to the body there. Not everyone's, but many do with age. And so that's the hyoid there. This is the fragment of the left greater horn, and we don't have the fragment for the right.
Do you know, based on your review of the materials and the photographs, where this greater horn is?
No.
Anything noteworthy with respect to the fracture that appears here and here?
I mean, the fractures are occurring in the greater horns.
And this is, I'm trying to find a picture pre-processing. Thank you. It is marked, but I'm not sure the number. But you talked about that peroxide and the effect it can have on bone. Showing you, do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, that's an autopsy photograph of the hyoid the major component of that hyoid.
And is this photograph, if you know, before or after the processing done at Ohio State University?
Pre-processing.
And this is after processing?
Correct.
This was a slide that was shown yesterday, States Exhibit 138. Tell us what we're seeing here.
These are the two stereomicroscopic photographs that I had to review of the superior horns of the thyroid cartilage.
When you said stereoscopic pictures, what does that mean?
So a stereoscopic microscope, we can look through with two eyes. It'll be low magnification. We're not looking for cells. We're just trying to get a better look at margins. And when we're using a stereoscopic microscope, most of them or many of them will have a camera built in so that we can take photographs of what we're seeing to document that.
And the greater horns, are they present in this photograph?
The superior horns of the thyroid, yes.
We talked about it earlier, but to come full circle, this photograph is before or after processing?
After processing.
And it is, again, a picture of the thyroid cartilage?
It's a picture of those superior aspects of the thyroid cartilage.
When we talked earlier about not having a photograph of the horns or the thyroid cartilage before being processed, why is that important?
What I teach my students is you want to document. I'll take hundreds of photographs. And what I'll do, especially if a case were to come in that there was any suspicion of hyoid or thyroid fractures, I would look for those. I would document those prior to processing so that I could show that any kind of defects were there before I did anything to the remains.
And I know you defined peri-mortem days, weeks, months earlier, but based on the photographs that you reviewed, and particularly States Exhibit 138, can you rule out the possibility that either of those fractures occurred during removing of the body from the scene?
Objection, Your Honor. Can we approach?
138. It's entitled, this was a slide with Dr. Agnew, Perimortem Trauma. Let me lead with, do you see and did you find perimortem trauma on the thyroid cartilage?
So with the thyroid cartilage, I didn't see anything that was inconsistent with anthropologically perimortem fractures of the thyroid cartilage.
And tell me what you mean by anything that's inconsistent.
There is nothing to suggest, based on the photograph that I'm viewing, that these fractures cannot be perimortem. You see on the one side there is some fraying suggesting that the bone was relatively fresh when that occurred. Also, the ossified thyroid cartilage, it's not a normal bone. It's not, because it starts off as cartilage. So what's happening is as you get older, that cartilage starts to calcify and turn to bone just as part of the degenerative process. So it's not the same bony thickness or texture. And so you might get fractures that are slightly different in that structure.
Showing you what's been marked as States Exhibit 37 and 36. And I put them side by side for a reason. Do you recognize those?
Yes.
And what are those?
Those, again, are the superior horns of the thyroid cartilage.
That we see in this picture, 138.
Correct.
And describe the fractures that are seen there.
The fracture over here on this side, again, you can see the bone has been pulled apart. You have what's delamination or bone tearing occurring, which would indicate some elasticity to that region. Over here, I don't see any signs of healing. It looks different. You don't have that fraying there, but again, because the thyroid cartilage ossifies a little bit differently, I don't have anything to say that that's not perimortem.
From an anthropological perspective, if it's said that these fractures are perimortem, is it possible to say this one happened 4 weeks ago and this one happened 5 weeks ago?
No.
It's not. The perimortem we just know is days, weeks, or months, or and you said even up to a year.
Yes.
And I'm showing you what's been marked as States Exhibit 41. I know I asked you about this image and whether you saw perimortem fracture there. I hadn't shown you this image, which is the same, is it not? That's depicting the same area?
Yes, the arrows are depicting the same area.
Do you have the same finding and conclusion with respect to not seeing perimortem trauma in this image when you also compare it to that image?
Yes, I didn't make any of my conclusions off of a single image. I would look through all images available.
So, circling back, if we could, well, let me go now to the last page of your report so that you can talk through what we're seeing there. A moment. Page 15 of your report. And let me clear and zoom in. These are 15 of 15 of your report. Does that sound right?
Correct.
And tell the jurors what these images, they seem to be A, B, C, D, E, and F are depicting. And let me try and get to a place where they're clear.
So, if you recall, part of my review that I was asked to do included Dr. Smock's report. And so some of my findings are refuting some statements that were made within his report. In his report, I noted that he had a drawing from an anatomical textbook of the hyoid and thyroid process and really emphasized how far apart they were from a drawing. And so I went to the literature to find CT scans, which are actual depictions of actual individuals' hyoid and thyroid cartilages.
Now, before I ask you about what we're seeing in these pictures, showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 130 by the state, you mentioned that there was a drawing included in Dr. Smock's report. Do you recognize this?
That's the one I'm referring to.
And tell the jurors what you mean by it seemed to show a large space.
Well, not just that it showed a large space. He was emphasizing in the written part of his text that it's a large space. That space is going to vary individual by individual. A lot of anatomical texts are drawn to emphasize the individual parts for medical students. And even as you're sitting there and swallowing, you'll get movement of that thyroid cartilage and the hyoid bone.
So going back to so it was in response to this drawing that you included these images in your report.
Yes, because I felt it was misleading.
And take us through, let me pull this off. Let's see if that gets clear for the jurors. Okay, take us through the A image, this image right here. What is that showing?
So this entire image within the box is the figure and the caption from this article, Becker et al., 2014. And so their caption reads, Figure 1, normal ossification patterns of the laryngeal cartilages and hyoid bone in a 65-year-old male with complete ossification of thyroid and cricoid cartilages A through C, and then a 41-year-old male with incomplete ossification D through F. So one individual is the top, one individual is the bottom. A and D are axial images, so say CT scans. They're difficult to interpret, but the reason I included them was for the actual 3D renderings of those cartilages that you can see in B, C, E, and F.
Tell us where in B, C, E, and F you're seeing the hyoid bone.
So this is the hyoid bone here, 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 and here. So these are two different individuals.
Yes. Now, what about the question, well, but Dr. Garvin, those images don't belong to a 100-pound woman.
That's true. We will never know exactly how a decedent's hyoid bone and thyroid bone sat in themselves when we don't have the soft tissue connecting them anymore.
Tell us where the thyroid cartilage is in each of those two individuals.
So the laminae of the thyroid cartilage are here, and then the horns go up here.
Now the horns that you just talked about, could you, it almost appears as if they are,
Objection leading.
are the hyoid and the thyroid cartilage connected by the horns?
There is no joint there. There's no connection right there. Other than through, there's a thyroid-hyoid ligament, which is connective tissue that attaches the hyoid bone to that thyroid cartilage.
Is there anything in between the hyoid and the thyroid cartilage?
Yes, that's that thyroid-hyoid ligament I just mentioned.
I want to talk more about your findings with respect to Dr. Smock's report. And I know we went through it in the beginning, but tell the jurors with respect to the findings that he made regarding the 4 fractures could never be from a hanging. What is your opinion with respect to that conclusion?
There are no thyroid-hyoid fracture patterns that are specific to manual strangulation versus hanging. It is possible to get them. They're very similar mechanisms in creating that compression there. So you cannot say that it cannot happen with hanging.
And tell the jurors what you base that opinion on.
Well, I had my individual knowledge. I have my knowledge of my peers as well. But I don't like to just rely on what I know or what I think I know. So I go to the literature and I research and I see what the literature says and whether it supports that conclusion or not.
Showing you what's been marked in your report with respect to your conclusion that those fractures could be from a hanging, did you cite literature?
Yes.
1 second while I find my stickers.
And can I be clear? I'm not saying it was a hanging. All I'm saying is that fracture pattern, you cannot say it's inconsistent. You cannot say you get that fracture. You cannot say you can't get that fracture pattern from a hanging.
And I was going to ask you that question, right? You're just saying it can't be ruled out. Is that a better way to say it?
Correct.
Marking this as defendant's QQ. This has been provided in materials. Dr. Garvin, do you recognize this publication?
Yes.
And what is it?
So Zadapkova et al. Is a 2018 article in the Forensic Science International. They did a very thorough review of a lot of the literature out there on laryngohyoid fractures in hanging. I think they have 204 citations in there, so it's very thorough, as well as their own study looking at fractures in that situation.
And tell the jurors why you include this as publication that supports your findings with respect to Dr. Smock's opinions.
So while a lot of the literature out there refers to combined hyoid and thyroid fractures, it doesn't actually specify whether they're unilateral or bilateral. But this article did. This article specifically referenced bilateral hyoid and bilateral thyroid cartilages.
And what is the ultimate conclusion within the article?
While it was a small percentage, 3.4%, it did occur.
And when you say it did occur, what do you mean by that?
In 3.4% of their study sample, they found bilateral hyoid combined with bilateral thyroid fractures in hanging.
And what, if anything, would you say in response to, well, tell the jurors, does that article specifically study women that are 100 pounds in weight?
No.
And is there a study that you found with the same or similar findings that only studies women that are 100 pounds in weight?
No.
I'll ask you the other question. And if you search for one, is there any literature, publication, anything to support that a 100-pound woman with those 4 fractures, so the 2 bilateral fractures on the hyoid and then on the thyroid cartilage, was manually strangled?
The literature, this is actually a hot topic in the literature as far as number of fractures with hanging. There are dozens of articles that do contradict one another. I did go through a lot of the literature. I looked for manual strangulation articles as well. I did not find any that specified a 4 fracture pattern. The only unique signature that is suggested in the literature for manual strangulation is fracture of the cricoid cartilage.
Could you explain that last part?
For something.
Your Honor, may we approach?
After discussion, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to strike the answer to the last question. We're going to start with another question.
Thank you. Dr. Garvin, as part of the court order, you were allowed to listen to the testimony of other experts. Were you able to listen to the testimony of either Dr. Agnew in full and in part? And the same question about Dr. Smock.
In part for both, most of Agnew's and a part of Smock's.
And during the time of their testimony, what if anything, were you doing that might have prevented you from listening to the full thing?
Traveling out here.
With respect to a statement that Dr. Smock made under oath when he testified that there is absolutely no literature supporting that a 100-pound woman could have the 4 fractures and from a hanging. What, if any, opinion do you have with respect to that statement?
Well, it's obvious that there is at least one article, if not more, indicating that this fracture pattern can occur with hanging. While it may not specifically have a 100-pound, 52-year-old woman, there's lots of things regarding this scenario. And I mean, there's ligatures, there's health, there's bone density, there's a lot of different factors that go in. I would not be comfortable saying that this could not happen, given that it does.
Showing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit II. You just mentioned that there's literature. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And if you could, what is this?
So this is an article by Betts and Eisenmenger. I'm probably butchering that. Apologies to the author. In the American Journal of Forensic Medicine and Pathology that was published in 1996.
And are you familiar generally or specifically with this article's, the study that was done and the conclusions that were reached?
Yes.
And what was the data set, if you will, that was looked at in this study?
As the abstract mentions right here, it's a total of 109 cases of suicidal or accidental hanging evaluated looking at the hyoid bone, thyroid cartilage for fractures.
And what, if any, conclusions are in that publication with respect to individuals that had those 4 fractures or the bilateral fractures?
So of the individuals that displayed fractures, 7 individuals, or 10% of those individuals, had bilateral hyoid and bilateral thyroid fractures.
Going to page 3 of that article, are you familiar with page 3 of that publication and the chart that is on top of page 3?
Yes.
And how, if at all, does that chart relate to the finding that 10% of the 109 people had the bilateral fractures and also died of a hanging?
So the only sample in this study is hanging, suicidal and accidental. But what they're doing in this table is they're breaking it down by age cohort, just because age has been shown to be a significant factor when it comes to these fractures occurring. So they're showing the age number is the number of individuals they had in their sample at those age ranges, presented positive results, and then the actual number of individuals that had 1, 2, 3, or 4 fractures per those age groups.
You mentioned that age can be an important factor. Why is that?
So the numerous articles have showed a correlation between age and fracturing of the laryngohyoid elements. Part of that is probably due to fusion of the hyoid bone, those greater horns, to the body. Part of that's probably also the ossification of that thyroid cartilage.
After hearing the portions of Dr. Smock's testimony that you did, and also hearing the portions of Dr. Agnew's testimony that you did, I want to go back to Defendant's Exhibit TT with respect to the findings that you made in this case that are summarized here in the first paragraph. The first finding, again, with respect to perimortem fractures, is that still your finding and conclusion based on a reasonable degree of medical certainty in this case?
Yes.
Second one, with respect to no evidence of perimortem trauma to the cranial facial region. Does that remain based on not just your review of the materials and the photographs, but also listening to the testimony of both of those individuals.
Correct.
Have you also done additional research into these areas while this case has been pending?
Yes.
Just describe generally, how much time would you say that you've been looking to find any literature? And I joke because I've come to know you and how much you work.
I like to be extremely thorough in my work. I want to make sure that any conclusions that I'm drawing are correct, just not only based on my knowledge, but the knowledge that is out there in the fields and in science. If I had to put a number, I'm embarrassed to put a number into. I'd have to say at least 50 hours.
And have you discussed your findings and conclusions in this case just generally with your peers?
I have asked my peers.
Your Honor, hearsay.
I didn't ask what your peers said.
The answer is yes or no, if you had the
Just
discussion.
started to say something other than yes or no.
Yes.
You have.
That's the question.
And why, without saying what those conversations were, why would you do that?
Because some of those individuals work in medical examiners' offices, and I want to confirm that everything that I know and everything that I'm seeing, that there's not evidence against that.
So I'll go now to the third finding with respect to the antemortem trauma to the nasal bone and the left maxilla. Does that remain your finding in this case to a reasonable degree of medical and scientific certainty?
Yes.
And then lastly, with respect to the fourth finding, the potential area of slight postmortem damage to the left lateral nasal aperture. Does that remain your finding in this case to a reasonable degree of medical and scientific certainty?
Yes, we did not show that or discuss that, but yes.
Yeah, we talked about the aperture though.
But we did not talk about the potential postmortem damage.
Oh, the postmortem. I'm sorry. You know what?
Sorry.
Let's do that now. Let me get out the picture of the nasal aperture. Sorry. Showing you what's been marked as States Exhibit 41. Tell me if this picture can be used to illustrate your fourth finding.
It's not the best one.
Let me get to the other one. 1 second.
Is it possible to use a figure from my report?
It is, yes.
That might be
Which
easier.
page?
Page 14 of 15.
Showing you page 14 of 15 of your report. Tell us what we're seeing there.
So in this figure, I'm documenting what I stated as potential postmortem damage. And so, again, I had 432 photographs. Some of them were from the scene. And so from the scene photographs, I zoomed in really close to look at that nasal aperture to see what was there prior to anything happening. And you notice on the left side of the maxilla is the area in question here. Oh, can you delete that arrow? I'm sorry.
Don't be.
The nasal aperture, that rim around that hole, looks fairly continuous right there. That green arrow is pointing to where that antemortem fracture is on the left maxilla. This was another view over here from the scene, and again, you can see it's fairly continuous right here. Okay, we don't have a large gap there. And then this was a photograph from Autopsy, at which point I noticed where that green arrow is down here at the bottom, that there's a small area of white on that fracture margin, on that nasal margin there. Color differentiation is one of the things we would use to look for postmortem damage, because if something happened more recently, it's not going to be stained from the decompositional processes and the environment. So that seemed questionable, which is why I went back to the original scene photos. You can also see that it's not as continuous. There's an angle there. Again, based on the photos, I didn't feel 100% saying that this is postmortem damage, which is why I put it as potential.
Could you circle the discoloration that you just talked about, just so the jurors know? And
It's a little washed out.
nothing further.
Before you cross, is it okay if we take a?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, our afternoon break. Remember the court's admonition? See you back at the usual time. Thank you. Have a seat. Have a seat. Please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. If I ask you a question you're not sure what I mean, please stop me. I want to make sure that we're asking clear questions and getting clear answers. Fair enough?
Understood.
All right. So I want to start with you termed it when defense counsel asks you if you did an analysis in this case, you sort of stopped. Is that fair?
Well, I analyzed the reports.
When the word analysis was used, you said, well, hold on, it was really a case review. Is that correct?
Correct, because I wanted to specify.
So you, in this case, did not do when you had listed on your resume as full forensic analyses, forensic anthropological analyses. This is not one of those.
Correct.
This will go under the case review part of your resume.
Correct.
And so as a result, you never looked at the bones yourself in this case, correct?
Correct.
And so what you did is reviewed the other reports that you talked about, correct?
Correct.
And you reviewed the photographs that were provided, correct?
Correct.
But you yourself did not do an analysis of the bones.
Correct.
And so your report then, in part, is a criticism of some of the ways that Dr. Agnew wrote her report, right?
Not just the ways, but the conclusions based on the photographs.
And we'll get to the conclusions, but I want to talk first. You talked about criticizing the way that, for example, the age range was written, correct?
Correct.
Now, we're here talking about injuries to the neck and injuries to the face. We're going to talk about those two topics. But would you agree with me that an age range of this skeleton has nothing to do with those two things, right?
It does not have to do with the trauma, correct?
And so whether or not she used one standard deviation or two standard deviations, that doesn't affect in any way your conclusions about the types of trauma that were seen in the skeleton, correct?
Correct.
Same thing with regard to toes being missing. Whether or not they documented what toes were where, that has nothing to do with your conclusions about the trauma with regard to the neck and the face, correct?
Correct.
Same thing with regard to the discrepancy in what teeth were present. Whether or not one molar went here, one molar was in the dirt, one molar went for DNA, that again has no impact whatsoever on your opinions on the trauma to the neck and face, correct?
Correct.
Same thing with regard to the lack of a pre-processing photo of the thyroid. Because even without that, you concluded that there was perimortem trauma to the greater horns of the thyroid, correct?
Correct. There's anthropologically perimortem trauma.
Same with regard to the potential area of post-mortem. I'm going to call it eye socket because I don't have a clue what the word was you used. The post-mortem eye socket damage.
The lacrimal, correct.
Lacrimal. Whack-a-mole. Put it down as that. The eye socket damage. That again has nothing to do with your ability to conclude about the damage to the neck and to the face.
Correct.
So fair to say that a large portion of your report disputing some of the ways that Ohio State documented things really has nothing to do with the reasons why we're here today, right?
Well, the reason why I'm here is because I was asked to review these reports, and I was asked to review them in whole. So that's what I did.
That's fair. Let me ask it a different way. What's important for the jury to determine is what injuries are present in the neck and face. Would you agree with that?
I don't know that I can say.
The jury determines credibility, which these things all go to.
You can go ahead and answer your question.
I mean, you go ask the question.
I'm sorry. She'll answer the question.
The most important detail out of the anthropological analysis is the damage or lack of damage to the neck and face. Would you agree with that?
I hesitate because I'm not familiar with the entire case. And so I don't know what other aspects of the case there are and whether some of the things would be relevant in my report.
You would agree with me that you wrote a 4 bullet point summary of your important findings, right?
Correct.
You would agree with me, number of teeth not matching up isn't in the 4 bullet points of the summary that's important.
Correct.
Same question with regard to where the toes are, right? Not in the summary.
Correct.
So when you wrote your report, you knew that the important parts that we're talking about are injury or lack of injury to the neck and face, correct?
Correct. Those had the highest implications or impacts.
All right. And those other things that you talked about, your criticisms of Ohio State's report or potentially their processes, don't impact your opinion with regard to the trauma to the neck and face, correct?
Correct.
All right. So let's focus on the things then that are important. You would agree with me that accuracy is important, right?
Correct.
That words matter, correct?
Correct.
I want to talk first in this bullet point, number 2. You wrote in your summary, bullet point number 2, that there is no evidence of perimortem fractures to the craniofacial region. Is that what you wrote?
Correct.
No evidence is the phrase.
Correct.
I'm going to show you the bottom. Let me go to the top of page 2. I'm going to start with the materials and through maxilla. Could you read that sentence for us?
The materials I reviewed support the perimortem fractures to the laryngeal structures, hyoid and thyroid, but I did not observe evidence of definitive perimortem trauma to the nasals or left maxilla.
Evidence of definitive perimortem trauma, right?
Correct.
Top of page 4 of your report. Second sentence there, starting with reviewing. What's that say?
Reviewing the case photographs, I do not observe any definitive perimortem trauma to either nasals or maxillae, discussed further below.
Again, no evidence of definitive perimortem trauma, right?
Correct.
With regard to the bottom of page 6, when you are summarizing your findings, you'd agree with me again, you find no definitive evidence of perimortem trauma, right?
Correct.
So your opinion, the text of your opinion, talks about whether or not there's definitive evidence of it, right?
Correct.
Not that there is a possibility of that evidence, right?
I didn't state anywhere that there is questionable fractures.
You would agree with me that the only place in your report in which you put no evidence, as in no evidence whatsoever, is in the summary on the first page, right?
Sure.
Everywhere else, there's that modifier. It hedges a little bit to say no definitive evidence, right?
Sure.
Now, you would agree with me that a two-dimensional picture does not capture all of the features that you can see on an actual bone, right?
I hesitate because I'm not sure what's meant by all the features.
Looking at a picture the same thing as looking at a bone?
A picture is two-dimensional, a bone is three-dimensional.
Can you take a picture, digital or otherwise, turn it, look at it at a different angle, look at it under different lights?
I mean, you could look at it at different angles and lights.
But that doesn't change what's on the picture, right?
Unless you have bad lighting,
Right.
yeah.
That doesn't change what you can see on the bone in that picture, right?
Correct.
If you had an actual bone and you couldn't see something as well, you could turn it, put a different light source on it, look at it a different way, and maybe you'll be able to see something it's not captured in that two-dimensional photo, right?
Correct.
So you would agree with me that a person who looks at the actual bone, who has the opportunity to do that, is in a better position to make a judgment about what's on that bone than someone who just looks at pictures, right?
It is ideal to be able to look at the remains.
So that person is in a better position than someone who's just looking at a picture, right?
It depends on that person.
I understand. I'm not talking about the quality of the person, the quality of review. I'm saying two situations. Either you are looking at pictures or you are looking at the actual bones. Which is better?
I would prefer the actual bones.
Because that's the best practice in your profession, correct?
Correct, when possible.
And so, in this case, you did a case review looking at the photographs that were taken of the bones, correct?
Correct.
And in looking at those photographs, you believed that the photographs did not definitively support the conclusions of the person who looked at the bones, right?
Correct.
And yet, despite that, you did not ask if you could see the bones, correct?
Correct.
You never made any effort to attempt to examine the actual source material that you're talking about today, the bones themselves.
I would disagree with that statement.
Source material is a part of your objection, right? You looked at photographs.
No, that's
of the
not part
source
of my
material.
objection.
All right.
I did at some point agree to go look at the remains about 2 weeks ago.
Oh, okay, that's perfect, that's good. So you authored your report September 21st of 2021.
Correct.
So you got engaged to participate in this case to write a report on behalf of the defense on September 3rd, right?
Correct.
And between September 3rd and September 21st, you reviewed photographs, correct?
Correct.
You determined that you believed, based on what you saw in the photographs, didn't match the conclusions with regard to the nose of Dr. Agnew, right?
Correct.
And yet you made no effort before authoring your report to see if you could look at the bones themselves, right?
Correct.
And so you also testified on direct that there were things in the report about the process. I think rehydration was the word that you'd never heard of before, right?
Correct. I had not heard of it as a process, as a term.
So surely then you picked up the phone and called and said, "What is this?"
To who?
The person who wrote the report?
I don't believe that would be appropriate.
Send an email to say, what is the process that was going on here?
When defense has asked me to review reports of an individual, no.
So if there's a report that's unclear to you, you just write a report that says this is unclear. You don't make any effort to try to clear it up.
Whoever requested the report would have the report that says, I cannot make this determination from there, and it is their decision then to decide whether to send me the bones so that I can make that decision, if they're available.
You said you were able to listen to a portion of Dr. Agnew's testimony, correct?
Correct.
Did you hear Dr. Agnew testify about the procedures and processes they used to deflesh the bones?
I honestly can't recall.
Okay, so you have no idea if what she testified to fixes some of the concerns that you raised in your report.
I based my concerns off of her report.
I understand. And so what your conclusion was that the written report wasn't clear.
No.
It didn't have a time frame on it. So it wasn't clear how long the time frame was, right?
Correct.
So that part wasn't clear. You didn't hear the testimony, I don't know, maybe it was only yesterday. You didn't hear the testimony yesterday or the day before about how long any of those processes actually took place.
I don't recall.
Okay. Now, even after you authored your report in September of 2021, you still never asked anything about seeing the bones until you said 2 weeks ago.
Correct, and I still didn't ask.
Okay. I want to talk about trauma mechanisms. Generally speaking, in forensic anthropology, you're able to classify trauma mechanisms into a couple different categories. Is that right?
Correct. We will talk about the type of trauma.
And so you'll talk about a high velocity projectile type of trauma, right?
Correct.
Gunshot.
Correct.
You'll talk about sharp force trauma, correct?
Correct.
Knife, something with a sharp edge, that type of thing, right?
Correct.
You talk about thermal trauma, right?
Yes, or thermal modification, yes.
Yeah, oh, thank you. Thermal modification, and that's burning, right?
Correct.
And then you have the category of blunt force trauma, is that right?
Correct.
And so, generally speaking, when you are looking at a trauma mechanism, what you can do is classify that trauma into one of those four things, right?
As far as the trauma type, yes.
Okay. And so, you would agree with me that the only thing that's at issue in this case is blunt force trauma.
Correct.
And so there wasn't any signs of gunshots or stab wounds or anything else. We're talking about blunt force trauma.
Correct.
But you don't stop at classifying this as blunt force trauma. You go on to opine about a certain type of blunt force trauma, correct?
I interpreted the trauma.
And so that being hanging, correct?
No.
You said that you can't rule out hanging as the trauma mechanism in this case, correct?
That you cannot rule it out, correct.
Okay. So I want to make sure that we understand each other. This is blunt force trauma to the neck.
Correct.
This is perimortem trauma to the hyoid bone, correct?
Anthropologically, correct.
Bilaterally, both sides.
Correct.
This is perimortem trauma to the thyroid cartilage, correct?
Anthropologically, correct.
Now, you testified on direct examination that you didn't see anything to rule out perimortem trauma to the thyroid cartilage, right?
Correct.
But that's not actually what your report says, is it?
The fact that I did not see anything to rule out, I didn't see any evidence that it was post-mortem or ante-mortem, went into my conclusion that it is anthropologically perimortem.
Okay, that's why I'm making sure we understand each other. So with regard to the hanging, your testimony is simply you can't rule out hanging as a mechanism.
Correct, as a direct refute in the reports.
With regard to the perimortem trauma to the thyroid cartilage, your testimony, your opinion is not just that you can't rule it out, but that it is, in fact, perimortem trauma, correct?
Correct, I would classify it as anthropologically perimortem.
Okay. So, despite any of your other criticisms of the manner in which Ohio State did or did not do certain things, you reached the exact same conclusion with regard to the trauma in the neck.
Yes.
Okay. Now, those neck structures, I'm going to talk about them. First, the hyoid. That is I think it's been described as a free-floating bone. Is that a fair characterization?
Correct.
The only bone in the human body that's not attached to another bone?
Correct.
It's just kind of sitting in there underneath your jaw.
Yep.
Okay. It is not connected to the greater horns of the thyroid cartilage, correct?
It depends on what you mean by connected.
Thank you. The bone itself on the hyoid is not connected to the bone of the thyroid cartilage.
There is no joint articulation there, correct.
And so I think he testified on direct that there's a ligament in between those two structures in the neck.
Correct.
Okay. So there is a distance between those two structures.
Typically, yes, correct.
Not typically, always. They are not combined. The bones are not resting on each other, correct?
There is not an articulation there, but I would never use the term always because there's human variation, and someone's might.
And so you picked out a couple of CT scan photos, right?
Correct.
Those CT scan photos, do you have any idea the positioning of those individuals at the time that those CT scans were taken?
No.
So whether somebody was laying with their head back or whether they were leaning forward, you have no idea what the position of their neck was at the time those CT scans were taken?
No.
You included them in your report because you believed that the anatomical drawing might be misleading, right?
Correct.
Fair to say that those CT scans might be misleading in the other direction, showing them closer together than they would be if I was standing here with my neck just like this.
I guess by misleading, I meant that it's a drawing, it's not actual people.
Right. Just like the anatomical drawing of a skull that you used as part of your slide.
Correct. The one picture, yes.
One of those was an anatomical drawing.
Yes.
Okay. So sometimes anatomical drawings are okay, sometimes they're misleading.
I don't understand. I would like the question clarified.
You believe that Dr. Smock's use of an anatomical drawing was misleading, but your use of an anatomical drawing was not misleading.
I put it
that's what your
alongside
opinion is.
4 photographs.
That was your opinion. Is that what you're saying? Is that those two situations are not the same?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you would agree with me that the fracture that occurred to the thyroid cartilage is not at the tip, correct?
It's at the base of the greater horn.
The base of the greater horn.
Sorry, the superior horn.
Superior meaning top.
Correct. Of the thyroid cartilage, correct.
Okay. So, not only is there a distance between the hyoid and the top of the thyroid cartilage, right?
Correct.
We also have to account for the distance between the hyoid and the distance down that thyroid cartilage to the place where the break is, right?
I don't know what you mean by have to account for, but if you're saying, is there a space? Yes.
Okay. And so anything that would have caused injury to both of those two structures at the same time would have to account for the distance between those two structures, right?
What do you mean by account for?
As in, if I have a thin cord that isn't even as wide as the distance down the superior horn of the thyroid cartilage, that thin cord couldn't have fractured the hyoid and the thyroid cartilage at the same time. Does that make sense? Accounting for that distance.
Okay, so can you ask the question again then? Sorry.
So there is a distance between the hyoid and the thyroid cartilage itself.
Yes.
There is a further distance from the tip of the thyroid cartilage until the place in which it is fractured.
Correct.
And so if you are looking at something to suggest that it would have fractured both the hyoid and the thyroid cartilage at the same time, that object or item or whatever must account for the distance between those two fractures.
No, it doesn't have to be the distance of those fractures.
If the ligature is too small to be touching both of those structures at the same time, then it cannot be the cause of both injuries simultaneously.
I disagree.
Okay. I want to talk about hanging. You have indicated that hanging cannot be ruled out as a possible mechanism to these fractures, right?
Correct.
you are indicating that, let me just ask it this way. Is that because a hanging somewhere in the universe of hangings has caused the 4 fractures?
Partly, yes.
It is not that the factors present in this hanging, alleged hanging, show that it can't be ruled out.
Every case is unique.
Well, let's talk about that. You, in your study, in your report, excuse me, case review report, talk about hanging on the bottom of page 5, top of page 6. Is that right?
I talk about the review of the literature regarding hanging, correct.
And in your review of the literature, I don't remember what you marked that as. The Zatkova. Defense Exhibit QQ. I hand you State Exhibit Q. I'm going to show you another copy of Defense Exhibit QQ. This is the study that you cited, correct?
Correct.
And this is, if we just refer to this as the Zatkova study, is that a good way to refer to it?
Correct.
Okay. Now, the Zatkova study was a study of 178 autopsies of suicidal hangings over a 3-year period, correct?
Correct.
And so they were they were doing their own autopsies and looking themselves at what injuries they were able to observe, correct?
Correct.
They also conducted a review of other literature regarding hangings and fractures, correct?
Correct.
And there's a large portion of this article that discusses what that other literature says.
Correct.
And in this study, the authors noted certain things that were statistically significant in determining whether or not there would be fractures, correct?
Correct.
And one of those things that they talked about being statistically significant is weight, correct?
I believe in the study weight was not, but weight when corrected for age was.
After age correction, the chi-square test for 4-pole pivot tables confirmed a significant association between the weights of the victims and the incidence of laryngohyoid fractures, correct?
Correct.
So weight was one of the factors that is statistically significant in whether or not you're going to see fractures.
Corrected for age on their study.
Corrected
yes.
for age. Additionally, the location of the knot is statistically significant for whether or not you're going to see fractures, correct?
In their study, correct.
And where was the knot in this case?
I don't know.
So you don't know whether there was a knot or if there was one, where it was?
I could not see the knot clearly, or I could not see a knot clearly in the photos.
Okay. You would agree with me, though, that's statistically significant in determining whether or not there's going to be fractures?
Yes, it is one of the contributing factors.
And we'll show that again here on 3.6. The chi-square test identified a significant relationship between the location of the knot on the neck and the occurrence of laryngohyoid fractures, right?
Correct.
So weight adjusted by age, location of the knot. Two things that are statistically significant in figuring out whether there's going to be fractures.
In this study, correct.
The authors also discussed that hanging is not the only cause of laryngohyoid fractures, right?
Yes.
In fact, in their study they noted strangulations, particularly throttling and homicidal ligature strangulation, are the most common cause of laryngohyoid fractures, correct?
Can you point on there exactly where?
Oh,
so I
sure,
know
I'm
my-
sorry. Right there.
Correct.
So, and throttling is a physical, an assaultive strangulation, not a suicidal strangulation, right?
Correct.
And so, that act is the most common cause of laryngohyoid fractures, correct?
Correct.
Now, their review of the other literature is presented in tables like this, right?
Correct.
And these tables indicate the number of people involved or cases involved in a study, right?
This table indicates all the other studies that they reviewed as part of their paper.
And so in this column here, that was not a very good circle, there's an N, that's the number of cases that were looked at in those studies, correct?
Correct.
We then go over and we have an IH, that means an isolated hyoid fracture, correct?
Correct.
We then go over the next one and there's IT, and that's an isolated thyroid fracture, correct?
Correct.
Then we have a column for H and T, that means they had hyoid and thyroid fractures, correct?
Correct.
And then we have a column for H and or T, so just meaning there's at least one to either one of those structures, correct?
Correct.
Nowhere in this table do they talk about the quadruple fracture pattern, correct?
Correct.
And so all this H and T column says is that there were fractures to each structure, but it does not indicate if those fractures were bilateral, as in on both sides.
Correct. It doesn't specify.
So none of these studies in this table specifically talk about quadruple fracture patterns. You have no way to tell what's in it.
Correct.
Table 6, and this goes on again for both, goes into the top of the next page too. This table suffers from the exact same problem as table 5 that we just talked about, right?
Correct. The difference is this one is retrospective studies.
Right, so this is looking back at past cases rather than doing autopsies and looking at what's there.
Correct.
And so, once again though, in this set of literature, it does not specify in any place if we're dealing with a quadruple fracture pattern.
It
correct?
doesn't specify that they're bilateral hyoid and thyroid fractures.
And so, just so we understand, if I say a quadruple pattern, that's what I mean. 2 fractures of the hyoid, 2 fractures of the thyroid cartilage.
Understood.
So, it doesn't specify if any of those cases
Correct.
are in there. Okay. So, in the Zadokova study, they did actually break out when there was this quadruple fracture pattern. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
And I'll show you that. It's here on table 2. Yep, still same as you. Yes, sir. So here, the authors of this study have broken down isolated fractures, right greater horn, left greater horn, superior horns, all the way down until you get to the bottom here. Correct?
Correct.
And that's bilateral greater horn, so BSH, both superior horns of the thyroid cartilage, and BGH, both greater horns of the hyoid bone.
Correct.
And so what they found in this study is 6 instances out of 129 hangings that they studied.
It was out of 178, actually.
Oh, I'm sorry, 178 total, thank you, out of 129 that had fractures of any kind.
Correct.
So 178 cases, 6 instances of that quadruple fracture pattern, right?
Correct.
And that was 3.4% of the cases in their study.
Correct.
And it's upon this piece of literature that you cited in your report to say that this same fracture pattern observed in Ms. Noble's case can occur in a suicidal hanging, right?
Correct.
But you didn't just rely on what was written in the study, did you? In order to reach that conclusion?
No.
You actually emailed the author of the study, correct?
I did.
And you asked the author of the study to tell you how many of those were incomplete hangings.
That is correct.
And that's because you thought it would be important to know the difference between whether the quadruple fracture pattern was in a complete hanging or an incomplete hanging, right?
That was because of Dr. Smock's reliance on the partial hanging, so I wanted supporting evidence to refute that.
And so you thought that you wanted to know how many of those were incomplete hangings, right?
Correct.
I hand you what's the March Estates of a 166. You take me and look that over. Do you recognize that document?
Yes.
Generally speaking, can you tell the jury what it is?
It is my email correspondence to the author and their reply.
And is that a true and accurate copy of the entire correspondence that you had with the author of this study?
Yes.
This time I asked to publish these at 166.
No objection.
Your email to one of the authors appears at the bottom of the first page, is that right?
Correct.
With the signature line continuing on to the second page?
Correct.
And you asked how many of the cases in that study that had the bilateral fracture of the hyoid and bilateral fracture of the thyroid cartilage, asked if they were incomplete hangings, correct?
Correct.
And you received a response, correct?
Correct.
And due to that response, you wrote in your report, although it is not stated in the article, email correspondence with the authors revealed that 50% of those quadruple fractures were in cases of incomplete hanging, right?
Correct.
But that wasn't all that one of the authors of the study told you about those cases, was it?
No.
In fact, he indicated that 3 of the 6 cases were incomplete hangings, which is you put in your report, correct?
Correct.
But he also told you that they were all males, correct?
Correct.
And he also told you that 2 of them were a bit overweight, correct?
Correct.
And then included their weight as being 110 kilograms, right?
Correct.
And you'd agree with me that 110 kilograms is 242 pounds.
I'll take your word for it.
It's not 110 pounds.
Correct.
We're talking about quite a significant bigger weight than that when we're talking kilograms and pounds.
Correct.
And so you know from reading the Zadapkova study that age-adjusted weight is a statistically significant factor in whether or not there's going to be fractures, right?
Correct, in that study.
And yet, when you wrote your summary, your case review report, you only indicated that 3 out of the 6 were incomplete hangings, right?
Correct.
You didn't note anything in your report that the author of the study told you specifically that 2 of those 3 were overweight, right?
Correct.
The author of the study didn't just stop there, though. He included the entire data set from your study, correct?
They did.
Gave you a spreadsheet that laid out their cases and their findings.
Correct.
And I hand you Western March that says it was 167. Take a moment to flip that over. Do you recognize that?
It appears to be a subset of that data, including only the individuals with the bilateral hyoid and bilateral thyroid fractures.
And in the study there were 6 such cases,
Correct.
and that is reflective of those 6 cases.
Correct.
Now this time as to publish cases at 167. The authors of this study from the Czech Republic, is that right?
Correct.
So fair to say some of the headings here are not in English.
Correct.
I'm going to walk through some of the things that are on this data set. Let's start with first column, sex, M. That indicates that all 6 of the individuals that had the quadruple fracture pattern were male, correct?
Correct.
The next line is age, or excuse me, not line, column,
Correct.
is age. Those are the ages of these individuals who had the quadruple fracture pattern.
Correct.
Next is their weight in kilograms, is that correct?
Correct.
And so,
Wait a second, can we approach? If I may, that exhibit, where is that?
I got it. I'm going back to Exhibit 167. That column under a word that begins with H, that was their weight in kilograms, correct?
Correct.
And so, let's keep going, we'll come back in just a minute. Next is TIP, TYP, and then there's a couple of different numbers underneath that. See that?
Correct.
Do you know what those mean?
They refer to the knot position in the ligature.
And so, you'd agree with me that 3 is a right lateral knot.
I have to refer back to see what number is what.
And we'll do that together here. I put it up here for you.
That would be great.
This is on the second page of the exhibit, under the heading 2.
So yes, 3 is a right lateral hanging.
What's 3 is right lateral?
Correct.
And 4 is left lateral.
Correct.
So 3 and 4 are going to be on the sides.
Correct.
1 and 2 is posterior and anterior. So those are going to be front and back.
1 is posterior, 2 is anterior. Correct.
Okay. And then, while we're here, before we go back to the spreadsheet, A is going to be complete hangings, complete suspension, right?
Correct.
And B is going to be incomplete suspension, correct?
Correct.
So let's look at these again. The first one, case number 49, a male, 37 years of age, 242 pounds approximately, right?
Okay.
Right lateral knot, incomplete hanging.
Correct.
That individual is dissimilar from Emily Noble, correct?
Doesn't match the demographics, yes.
Dissimilar because it's a male, not a female, right?
Correct.
Dissimilar because it's someone who weighs 242 pounds instead of 95 pounds, right?
Okay, yes.
Dissimilar because there is a knot in the right lateral position, correct?
Since I could not view the knot with all the hair and stuff, I can't say yes or no.
Okay. So you can't say, we'll make this easier so we don't have to do it every time. You can't say on any of these whether or not the position of the knot is the same or similar to what Emily Noble had.
Correct.
Okay. So, this individual is dissimilar, at least due to weight, by more than double her weight, correct?
You said this individual or
So this
these
individual,
individuals? This, okay, yes.
the first one, 49.
Yes.
Okay. Let's talk about 52. Again, we've got a male, correct?
Correct.
We've got somebody who weighs 242 pounds, correct?
Correct.
And we have someone who is a complete hanging, correct?
Correct.
So again, this individual is dissimilar from Emily Noble by weight, correct?
Correct. Sorry. Didn't know
Again,
that was a
more-
question.
More than almost 2.5 times her weight, correct?
Correct.
And a complete hanging, correct?
Correct.
The next individual, number 60. Here we have an individual who weighs 138 pounds.
I can't do kilograms to pounds on top of my head, so I will take your word on that.
Okay. And we have a complete hanging, correct?
Correct.
So again, we have an individual who weighs 30 to 40 pounds more than Emily Noble, correct?
Correct.
And the position of the hanging being complete is dissimilar, correct?
Correct.
Next line, number 84. Here we have, again, another male, correct?
Correct.
Again, somebody who's noted as weighing 242 pounds, correct?
Correct.
And an individual who is indicated to be an incomplete hanging, correct?
Correct.
So far we've talked about 2 incomplete hangings, right?
Correct.
49 and 84, correct?
Correct.
Both of those being individuals who were noted to weigh more than 240 pounds, correct?
Correct.
Again, number 84, dissimilar from Emily Noble in those characteristics, correct?
Correct.
Then we have number 98. We've got a male again, correct?
Correct.
This time 198 pounds
Sounds right.
and a complete hanging, correct?
Correct.
So again, we're dealing with someone who is dissimilar because of weight, correct?
Correct.
And dissimilar because of the type of hanging, correct?
Correct.
Setting aside that there may also be dissimilarities with regard to the knot, right?
Correct.
And then we have 130. Another male,
Correct.
171 pounds,
Again, I'll take your word for that.
and an incomplete hanging, correct?
Correct.
Again, we're talking about an individual who weighs 70 or 80 pounds more than Emily Noble weighed, correct?
I don't know that I knew Emily Noble's weight.
Okay.
Is it in Dr. Smock's report, her weight?
I'm sure it's in some of the materials you review, but if you don't recall it off the top of your head, that's fine.
I don't recall seeing her weight.
Okay. Just as a means of simple math, 171 pounds is 70 more pounds than 100.
Correct.
Okay. Now, ma'am, those factors that we talked about in your own study are statistically significant to whether or not we're going to see fractures, right?
It's not my own study.
I'm sorry, the study that
In
you,
this study?
the study that you
Correct.
cited,
Correct.
the one you chose because you believed it supported your conclusion, right?
In their data, they also review a number of articles that some show weight is significant, some show weight is not significant.
That wasn't my question.
Okay.
My question is, you picked that study because you believed it supported your position that hanging could not be ruled out in this case.
Correct, based on the fracture pattern. Correct.
And you would agree with me that that fracture pattern was only present in 3.4% of the cases that they reviewed themselves, that they performed their own autopsies, right?
Correct.
And that of those 6 cases, all of them are dissimilar from Emily Noble, right?
Correct.
Also in that study, I'm going to turn to page 80, as it's labeled in the top right. Now, I'm turning your attention to a sentence I've placed in red brackets. Can you see that?
Yes.
And so again, in the Zadapkova study, they said, in reviewing other literature, in a retrospective study comprising 632 fully autopsied cases of hanging, Tugalev et al. Failed to identify laryngeal and hyoid fractures in individuals lighter than 50 kilograms, right?
Yes.
50 kilograms being roughly 110 pounds.
Yes.
So in the Zadapkova study, they cite to another study that said there were no fractures in individuals under 110 pounds.
Correct.
I hand you what notes from March 6, 168. Take a moment to look at that.